a columnist at the Free Press. I'm a contributor at Newsmax. I am finishing up my third book. And yeah, just doing a lot of media, trying to influence the conversation for good in a way that reflects, what I consider to be God's will in this country, and trying to just make things better for the average American.
Yes. Now, you and I are going to have some tension on some things, but I think tension is good. I think we live in a culture that has been real softened up, where we
Mm-hmm.
avoid all forms of tension, and we just want to agree everybody to be happy, 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 and so the tension part is where we land on this big beautiful bill. What are your overall thoughts? What's in, what's out? What are you thinking?
So I am having a lot of trouble with it. I think that in many ways it really undermines the president's unbelievably righteous America First agenda. And so I'm really struggling with that part of it. It seems to me to be asking the least of us to make the biggest sacrifices and asking much less of people who have much more. And I think that, to me, that is it's against the Torah, it's against the Bible, but I mean, it's not just that it's immoral, it's also that it is really bad politics. And I can go into specifics about what I'm referring to, but I imagine you don't agree with my characterization of the big, beautiful bill.
No, you know what? Listen, I agree with you that it is not perfect. Very little is perfect. And yet I come to this moment realizing that something is going to pass, right? Something's going to get passed. And the conversation we don't have in this country is a conversation about the middle class. No one really talks about the middle class. We're always talking about the top 1% or the bottom 50%, the poor people. And no
Mm-hmm.
one talks about the people who are really driving the engine for both segments, right? Because the top 1% has become the top 1% because of the middle class, productivity. We have given them the productivity, and our wages have remained stagnant for the most part. And then the bottom 50%, I mean, I certainly lived in the bottom 50%. You know my story better than most. So the bottom 50%, it's my taxes that are primarily paying for them. And no one talks about the middle. And the middle is under a
100%.
tremendous amount of squeeze right now. And I fear we are becoming a nation of rulers and renters and nothing in the middle. And we see those examples all around the world, and it doesn't bode well for that bottom 50%.
I could not agree with you more. I think that you're so right. The left has a view of the economy and the electorate as being like the billionaires that they hate in the top 1%. And then like they see everybody else as poor and want to give them endless welfare. And then they are sort of sitting pretty in the top 10%, the
Mm-hmm.
professional managerial class, people who
Mm-hmm.
have multiple degrees. And from the top 10%, they rail against the 1%. It's so funny to me because it's
Yes.
sort of like these are the people who can afford to fly first class,
Yes.
and they have endless class resentment against people who have private jets.
Yes.
And it's just so funny because I think poor people and working class people and middle class people actually admire billionaires. They see them as jobs creators. They don't
Yes.
have that resentment against them. They resent that top 10% who now control over 60% of the GDP. So most of the wealth is not actually with the billionaires. It's with that professional leftist class who are ironically the ones espousing socialism. So that's kind of the problem with the left. But I think on the right, the problem is, you have this President Trump, who did an amazing, amazing job of making working class and middle class Americans feel seen and heard, and not just feel that way. His economic agenda, the tariffs and the immigration hawkishness, result in real wage growth for working and middle class people. And that's what bothers me about this bill is it really seems to me to be anathema to those goals, specifically a few things.
Mm-hmm.
So, they keep talking about the tax cuts and enshrining the tax cuts. I am all for tax cuts on
Mm-hmm.
working class and middle class people. What I'm not for is tax cuts on millionaires and billionaires, keeping them at a 37% tax rate instead of going up to 39%. They will not feel that difference, Kathy. We don't know that because we're middle class people, but billionaires, millionaires, you raise their taxes from 37% to 39%. They will not ever notice that. And yet that money could go toward paying off the deficit. And it has 80% approval from the American people, 80% approval for raising taxes on the rich. And it would be a bonanza. Can you imagine, Kathy, forcing every Democrat to vote against raising taxes on the wealthy? Like, they will have nothing left. And meanwhile, instead of doing that, they do this. They're lying to us. They're saying, well, if we don't pass this, the average American will see a tax increase. There's nothing in the law that says, well, you have to, in order to keep taxes low on the middle class, you have to keep them low for the wealthy. That's ridiculous. And instead, where are they looking to cut? They're looking to take away Medicaid from able-bodied people who are on Medicaid who are not working. Now, in theory, I of course support work requirements for Medicaid. I totally support that in theory, in principle, sure. But what's actually going to end up happening, we know, these people will not get they will not get a job. They will not volunteer for 20 hours. What's going to end up happening is they're going to lose their Medicaid, and their families who are already broke are going to end up paying their medical bills because, of course, medical bills it's not something you can choose not to do. It's not like, spinning rims. And that's how Republicans talk about it. They talk about these people who are maybe even defrauding the Medicaid system as if they're stealing cash. They're not. More people should have access to better health care. A government should care that its hardest working citizens have great health care. And instead, most hardworking working class people have terrible health care.
Yeah.
And Medicaid is actually really good health care. So to me, sure, maybe in an ideal world, we should be saying, look, you want access to this, volunteer for 20 hours a week. But the idea that those 20 hours of volunteer are going to pay off the deficit is ridiculous. So to me, they're really kind of going after the wrong place here and the wrong thing here. And it is so, and I'll just say one more thing. So I traveled around the country interviewing working class people for my book, Second Class. I interviewed hundreds of people.
Which is an amazing book, Batya. You did
Thank you, honey.
so
Thank
well.
you.
Yes, I love that book.
And what I found was very little distinguished working class Democrats from working class Republicans. The Democrats wanted a total moratorium on immigration, which the Republicans are great on. And the Democrats and the Republicans, so the Democrats wanted the thing the Republicans are good at. The Republicans wanted much more access to good, affordable health care. The first party to get to that combination of let's just have no immigration for 10 years and let's expand access to health care is going to have a ruling majority for 50 years. And instead, what we have right now is one party that wants to give Medicaid to millions of illegal immigrants and another party that wants to kick millions of American citizens off of their health care. And it's just so sad because 80% of Americans are in the middle there. And I just wish that the GOP would become the party of the working class. And looking at this bill and seeing so much energy to keep giving these tax cuts to the wealthy, I just feel despondent, Kathy.
Yeah. Again, I agree with you. This bill is not perfect. And yet I believe a bill is going to pass. And if a bill is going to pass, which it is, my focus has been on how can we get the most for those in the middle, those who are not only providing the production for the top 10%, but also the money that pays for the 35 million out of the 70 million who are able-bodied and not working. Now, I know you're Jewish. I'm a Christian. In the Bible, Jesus says the poor will be with you always. But you know where he doesn't make a promise? For the middle class. It is not guaranteed that the middle class is going to be with us. So poor people, you're always going to have poor people, right? And I grew up underneath a rock. I grew up in a home with no insulation, no running water, outhouse in the back, a well on this side. When I say poor, Batya, we couldn't even afford the middle O. We were just po. But what got me out of that wasn't a reliance on someone to give me something. That probably would have been nice. But what motivated me was that poverty sucks. And I don't want it. Poverty is hard. I didn't want it. And what was because what I'm seeing as a person in the middle class is there's a shrinkage of opportunities. It's beginning to get real tough to be able to even live your life in the best possible way you know how and still be able to do the basics for your family and for yourself and put something to the side. The poor is always going to be there. You're always going to have poor people. I mean, I didn't get health insurance until I was out of college and working my first job. And that's when and my health care was, please, Lord Jesus, don't let me get hurt. That's not the best way to do it, but I felt an urgency. Everyone doesn't feel that, and I don't think it's my responsibility to cover for them. I think our responsibility, from life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness meaning you live the best version of your life, is that we create an economy where there are opportunities, where the taxes are low, where the restrictions are low. And if you want to build a life for yourself, you have the ability, like I did, to build my life. I was speaking with Dr. Ben Carson once, because he grew up in dire poverty. He's city poor. I was country poor. We came to understand, but poor, right? Nonetheless. And I asked him the question. I said, "Do you think if we were in our situation that we grew up in today, would we be able to claw our way out of that poverty?" And we both came to the conclusion it would be even harder today for us to be able to climb out of dire poverty and build a life for ourselves. And today you got money flying everywhere. I mean, just money raining down on people. And yet it will be harder today because the opportunities
Isn't that horrible?
are, I can feel the opportunities are rescinding. And we are becoming a nation of rulers and renters, and the squeeze is real. And so when I look at this big, beautiful bill, there are some positives. It's not perfect. Maybe we'll get it right the next time, right? Because there are going to be like 3 or 4 more opportunities to have a bite at this apple. Maybe we get it right as we, get what we can get today and then keep moving forward.
I could not agree with you more about the opportunity. I think it's horrible. And I agree with you about so much here. To me, healthcare is just one of those things that our country is so unhealthy. And I think that what we have is a lot of people who are striving, who are working really hard, and still don't have access to good healthcare. And what happens there is, we have no preventative care, which is terrible, because that is one of the best ways to keep people healthy. But also what ends up happening is very poor people, broke people, working class people who make just too much to qualify for Medicaid, but still have like really terrible health care from their work, end up in the hospital anyway instead of going to the doctor for preventative stuff. Yeah. Things get much worse. They can't afford it, and they declare bankruptcy, so their lives are ruined, and the taxpayer pays for it anyway, except they pay for it in a much more expensive way, because that is the most expensive option because of the hospital cartels. So to me, this is not like a luxury. It's not even like food stamps. It's, we want people in the workforce. We want them to be healthy. And what we end up having is very rich people who are very healthy, and the hardest working people whose bodies are just breaking down, even though they work with their bodies for a living. Like, we as a society owe something to people who put in the back-breaking labor into these jobs So maybe it's that we say to corporations that have more than $1 billion in profits, sorry, you can't give these like basement bargain health insurances to the hardest working Americans. You know, some guy who sits in a truck for 12 hours a day, you know, like that you cannot pay somebody $50,000 a year to do that and not give them health care, because we rely on that person's body, which is breaking under the burden of this labor that the rest of us who get to live healthy lives need him to be doing. It's just unfair. And again, you're so right. It's not about the poor, because the poor are on Medicaid. They're getting, you know, they call Medicaid the Cadillac of health cares. There are people, I interviewed women who would love to become full-time workers, who work part-time, but they can't do it because if they go to that full-time work, they'll lose their Medicaid and their child has a disability, and they don't even know ahead of time if they go to the full-time job, if they will have their child services covered, right? It would be immoral for that mother to take that full-time job. She has to put her child first. So the whole system is set up in a way that I think really penalizes exactly the people you're talking about, the middle class and the working class, because both sides are on the side, either, you know, Democrats are on the side of the poor and the Republicans on the side of the rich. And we just really, I just think, you know, this is the energy. What I'm saying, I feel that this is the energy I saw in President Trump. This is why he's the first politician I've ever endorsed in my entire life. And let me tell you, Kathy, as somebody who's like from the left, you know, that wasn't without cost.
I know.
and I'm so proud to have done it. You know, I'm so proud to have done it. But I looking at this bill, I think it's exactly the old version of the GOP that the president came to replace.
Yeah, Batya, I know I only asked you to be on for a couple of minutes this morning. Do you have time to hold on so we can talk about Mamdani?
Yes, sure.
Okay, great. We're going to take a break. Guys, Sharon, I think it was Sharon who had called in. I'm so sorry, Sharon. Call me back and I will answer your call right at the top of the hour. The number is 855-839-1210. 855-839-1210. Call me back, Sharon. Bye.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
They say no two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app with over 16 million subscriptions sold? Well, we thought of you. All of you. Take Sierra. She's an artist and absolutely a visual learner. She's doing a deep dive into our Babbel wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Malcolm is very much a type A, say it to my face, listening learner. So he checks with Babbel's speech recognition to make sure that accent?
Precio.
Keith's a real people person and a curious learner. So he loves Babbel's Culture Bites, full of insights and native knowledge about the language he's learning. Like what's served for Christmas dinner in Germany?
Glühwein, Weihnachtsgans und Christmasstollen.
Wherever you are, however you learn, Babbel is the best choice to break any language barrier. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
At Kitchen Magic, we've been transforming kitchens since 1979. Proudly American-made, family-owned, and 100% tariff-proof. That means no international delays and no surprise fees. Take advantage of our 24-month same-as-cash financing. It's time to love your kitchen again. Visit kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic, quality that's closer to home.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Don Stensland. Weekdays 10 till noon. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
Hello, everyone. We are back. I'm your girl, Kathy Barnett, sitting in for Don Stensland on the Don Stensland Show. Mango Mush, I am looking at you over here on YouTube. That is crazy. Your mom had her hip replaced here in America. It cost $398,000. She could have had that same surgery in India for $7,800. Same doctor. Wow. Yes, our medical system is money driven. Money driven. I am back with my friend Batya Unger Sargon. Batya, how can people follow you?
I am on Twitter, but I don't recommend people spend time there.
I know.
I'm also on Instagram. It's a more fun platform for me. Are you on Instagram, Kathy?
I am on Instagram, but I have done like 3 months purges on all of my social media for the most part. I go out just to post something and then I run off real quick.
Genius. Genius.
I mean, it's just a dark place. It's just, it's like an echo chamber, and it's just the same old muddy water and muddy thinking. And I try to bring in new people so I can change up my algorithms. It just doesn't seem to be working. I still get the same old, and I'm a conservative, and I have a lot of conservative voices, and it's just very plastic, and it doesn't. I think the Republican Party is missing out on opportunities to speak to real people in a way that resonates with us.
Yeah, totally agree with you. I totally agree.
So let me switch real quick to Zohran Mamdani. Did I get that right this time, Dan?
Yes.
I know. Okay, he wants to freeze the rent in New York City. He wants city-run grocery stores, $70 billion of debt to fund affordable housing. He wants free buses. He wants to give gift baskets to all newborns, no cost for child care. And it just goes on and on and on. None of it is going to really happen. But probably what's most concerning for a lot of people, and I would imagine Jewish people, that he absolutely refused to condemn global intifada. And he kind of make it out to be civil unrest. But intifada is much more than just civil disobedience, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, the first and second intifadas in Israel, the first one was in the 90s and the second one was in the early 2000s, and they both left, the second one left 1,000 civilians dead, Israeli civilians. The first one, it was less than that, but there was definitely terrorism affiliated with it. It's sort of a sad fact that Palestinians don't know how to resist Israel except by attacking civilians. Every single instance of Palestinian resistance has been targeted against Israeli Jewish civilians. So when you say globalize the Intifada, what you're really talking about is what happened in Washington a month ago, where 2 young people were murdered for being Jews outside of the Jewish museum. Actually, one of them was Christian.
That is the global intifada.
Exactly. So when you say like, Zohran Mamdani says, this is not the language I would use, but free speech and so forth, and this is about human rights. It's not. He is pandering to his base, which is a combination of, Southeast Asian Muslims and upper middle class, wealthy, over-credentialed Columbia and Harvard graduates living in gentrified Queens. I mean, that's who he represents, and that's who he represents with his social policy. This is trust fund socialism. Let's just give free stuff to people who have every opportunity. And it's, globalize the Intifada. It's, he has said that, the Palestinian cause is basically the be all and end all for him. It is at the root of all of his, politics and the root of all of his political organizing. What's sad, Kathy, is that many, many Jews voted for him. About a fifth of Jewish New Yorkers voted for him. In many ways, our community is very lost. We did see the largest shift towards Donald Trump. This is brand new from Jewish Americans. He won about 35% of Jewish Americans,
which is huge.
huge for a community that's overrepresented, very attached to the Democratic Party, which is what my third book is going to be about, why Jews are Democrats and why the left turned on the Jews. So there is a real shift happening, but unfortunately many Jews, especially those who they call themselves Jews of no religion, so they're sort of ethnically Jewish, and what that means to them, especially if they have these fancy educations, is basically like, it's a claim to oppression. They feel very, they're very much on the left, and it's sad for us.
Yeah, my neighbor is a Jew and Democrat, but I like her. I have the best neighbors ever. And right before Donald Trump, and right before the election, I went to her house for something, and she said, "Kathy, I just can't do it. I cannot vote for Kamala Harris." And she said, "I think I'm going to vote for Donald Trump." And she said it in a hushed tone in her home. But, so I saw the shift myself. But, now you as a Jew cannot claim, a market on a voting bloc that votes overwhelmingly against their own interests, because as Black people, I think we have that market cornered as well. However, this time, and I said it the last couple of days, Black people actually made me proud because they did not vote for Mamdani. They voted for Cuomo, which is another conversation, but they didn't vote for the communist radical Muslim. And I'm proud of Black people for that.
Yes, Black people single-handedly trying to save New York, It's so great. They did it last time in the mayoral race. And, you see this a lot in Democratic politics that, rich white people are really seduced by this trust fund socialism. And Black people again are like, what is this nonsense? No, we don't want revolution. We just want better jobs. Can we get a better job?
Exactly. Batya, thank you so much for coming on. Have a blessed day.
God bless you, Kathy. Thanks for having me.
Yes.
Dawn Stensland here. What an exciting time for my friends at the Piazza Auto Group and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda has won more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand, including Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, Best Valued Brand. Whether you're eyeing the Accord CR-V or the Pilot, you are choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. You can always shop online, piazzahonda.com, for today's special offers. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more, 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch, no overdraft fees, no annual fees, and you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text CARD to 323232. That's CARD to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Hello, Pennsylvania. You are listening to Kathy Barnett. I am sitting in for she's so sweet and kind, Dawn Stensland on the Dawn Stensland Show. Sitting in for her. You're listening to the #1 talk radio station in Philadelphia, covering most of the mid-Atlantic states. Did you know that? Did you know that, Dan, that this is the #1 talk radio station?
Woo, look at that.
I know, right? We're special.
Hey, I like that.
I know. It's always good being #1 because 2 is not a winner and 3 nobody remembers. Who said that? Nelly? Anyway, I have my niece and nephew in studio with me right now, Albie and Belle Bear. Just love them so much, and they're sitting in. They don't want to come on radio, so I'm not going to force. I know.
The microphone's on if they want to.
The microphone's on.
No,
Somebody's bold. Bella's just looking at me, but really, move on.
You're getting side-eyed.
I know. Getting side-eyed by a 12-year-old. But nonetheless, I am so excited to be here with all of you. Give me a call at 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. Let's talk about it. I am waiting for Brandon Straka to call in. Hopefully he will. If he does, we'll get him right on. Anyway, I want to move straight to, I have started, Dan, on my weekend show on Saturdays from 10 to 11. You can listen to me, Kathy Barnett, on the Kathy Barnett Show here from 10 to 11 a.m. Eastern Time.
Great show.
I'm sorry?
I'm just saying it's a great show.
Yeah, I think it is. Like last week we got like 6 callers. I mean, and on a Saturday at 10 a.m., people are calling like every Saturday. I'm getting like a ton of phone calls, and I just love it for a 1-hour show. Very exciting. But I've started this thing called Nut of the Week because, you know, it's like coming down from heavy talk, heavy lifting, to the ridiculous and the cultural rot. And we have a lot of people who are just nuts out here. They're behaving very poorly, unconstitutional, and sometimes you just got to put a big, bright, beautiful spotlight on them. So let's start with and usually I try to come up with just one nut of the week. As you can imagine, it's not a hard thing to do. However, I'm always running a close competition. There's always there are always more than one. And it's a close competition, and I just want to put a big, bright spotlight on them. Go ahead, Dan, play it.
You know, I do think that several members of Congress in some of my discussions have brought up media literacy because that is a part of what happened here. And we're going to have to figure out how we rein in our media environment so that you can't just spew disinformation and misinformation. It's one thing to have differing opinions, but it's another thing entirely to just say things that are false.
Wow. Like maybe false, like Biden has never been healthier in his life. Or what about false, like, Biden was outrunning me the other day. It was hard for me. And I'm 32 years old to keep up with him. You mean false like that? Is that what you're talking about, Dan? False like that?
It's classic after all this time, these past couple of years. And the dance around Biden with the Jake Tapper book coming out now. And Jake Tapper himself, who was one of the worst culprits of this, now trying to dance around the fact that they lied to us. And AOC's now trying to turn it back on the head. Come on.
All of a sudden, she wants to rein in the media. Here we have Joseph said she's the biggest violator. Of course, these people are so rich, right? And then did you hear that pregnant pause? We're just going to have to. No, we don't. What we need is for you to sit down, shut up, and stop. Remember when they tried to... Okay, let's go to the next nut of the week before I say this.
I also think there are Americans who are engaged in this kind of propaganda. And whether they should be civilly or even in some cases criminally charged is something that would be a better deterrence because...
Okay, so now Hillary Clinton, this is her on late night TV just a week ago. Now she is saying, hey, not only do we need to rein in, AOC says, not only do we need to rein in media, and of course, they're not talking about CNN, MSNBC, and all of their, because those entities, those media outlets are extensions of the Democrat Party. But what she's talking about is this new media, these podcasters, the Tim Pools, the Charlie Kirk, the Benny Johnsons, and all of this new media that is moving the needle, the Sean Farish. We're moving the needle as conservatives, as our listeners, as many in America are moving away from mainstream media, and they're finding these podcasters like myself and others. So so AOC says we need to rein in the media. Well, Hillary doing what only Hillary can do, and that is to up the ante and say, not only do we need to rein these people in, but maybe we need to civilly and federally charge them with a crime. That sounds like a thought crime. Like if you have a thought and if you dare to express that thought, that's a crime. And maybe we need to look at doing that. How many of you can remember Russia? Russia did it. Remember that we've now have hopefully all come to the conclusion that was a lie. That was a CIA operation. Remember when they told us that 2020 election was the most secure election in American history? Well, now I'm looking at the newspaper and the headline is FBI scrutinizes handling of alleged CCP, Communist China Party election interference, saying that China sent in fraudulent tens of thousands, they say, fraudulent U.S. driver licenses for the express purpose of getting it into the hands of Chinese students, other illegals, so that they can secure a mail-in ballot and influence our election. So, hey, it wasn't 2020 wasn't apparently the most secure election we've ever had. But that, according to them, not only do they want to rein that in, according to AOC and Hillary, but these two nut of the week would have found a way to criminally charge people like myself for speaking truth, saying the very thing that now has come to pass. Like, for example, misinformation, disinformation. According to them, a boy can be a girl. Now we are realizing, according to them, it's perfectly okay for the LGBTQ, I call them the alphabet mafia, LGBTQAI plus and everything else, to be taught to our 5-year-old. Well, now The Supreme Court has come and said, no, if parents want to opt their children out of this, these are not special characteristics. It is not the equivalent of being black. I know I have a tape of this. I'm going to save this for when Trish Regan comes on, of Ketanji Brown Jackson equating being black to being transgender. No, the Supreme Court just came back last week and said, no, being transgender is not a special characteristic. But according to AOC and Hillary Clinton, this would be something that maybe would meet their test of me being criminally charged just 2 years ago. Now everyone seems to be waking up. As I've always said, I have learned over these past 4 years that I can trust myself because I was right about everything. And when I say that, my family roll their eyes. But you know what? I was right about everything. I was right about the 2020 election. I was right about boys cannot be girls. I was right about boys should not compete with girls because it's inherently false. I was right to homeschool our kid. I was right. I was right the whole time. And now it feels so good. It feels so good to actually see others finally coming out of whatever stupor they were in for these past 4 years. All of a sudden, it's like we lost our mind. And they're coming around to it. But, yeah, that's what I've learned. I've learned that I could trust myself. And God forbid, the next COVID-19 and they want to shut everything down, I will know because I didn't shut down. I continue to live my life. I'm perfectly healthy. My children are perfectly healthy. Why should we shut down? No, if you're sick, you need to shut down. If you are morbidly obese, you need to shut down. You need to sit down in a basement and just sit there until it's all clear. But for the rest of us, we should be sending our kids to school. And especially if you can keep a liquor store open, surely you can keep the church open. If you can keep a stripper club open, surely you should be able to keep the schools open, right? I mean, surely. But somehow we lost our mind. It's good to see. Reality is coming back. But you have these two nut of the weeks, AOC and Hillary Clinton, first prize winners, who believe differently. Here's the number, 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. See you in a minute.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Time for one last tangent of the day.
Yes.
Do I have time?
Yeah.
These places where you have to schedule appointments, whether it's a dentist, a doctor, a massage, a chiropractor, you name it. The incessant reminders have got to stop. If I'm not going to make it, I'll let you know. Just assume I'll be there. Press C to confirm.
Did you press the C?
I know, I was going to press FU. That's what I was going to do. And God forbid the dentist is not able to make his Porsche payment this month.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Philadelphia's largest blue-collar workers union is now on strike. Mayor Parker says contingency plans are in place. New Jersey lawmakers approve a nearly $60 billion state budget. And the Phillies are sponsoring a new service pup in training named Tugger after legendary pitcher Tug McGraw.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/here for good.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Pennsylvania, we are back. You're listening to Kathy Barnett on the #1 talk radio station in Philadelphia, 1210 WPHT. I am sitting in for Dawn Stensland on the Dawn Stensland Show. The call-in number is 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. And let me just get into some breaking news. It is so much. Did y'all just hear that the Trump administration is suing the city of Los Angeles, Mayor Karen Bass, and Los Angeles City Council? It claims that LA's sanctuary city ordinance unlawfully obstructed ICE, violating the supremacy clause of the U.S. Constitution by preventing the cooperation with ICE and refusing to share information and resources. The government is claiming here that the sanctuary policies fostered created the conditions for violent anti-ICE protests involving, y'all saw it, the rioting, the burning, the looting, the property damage. I mean, just think if you're driving at 50 miles per hour and someone is standing over a bridge and they chunk down big blocks of cement into your window. I mean, scary times, so much so that Donald Trump did the right thing by deploying the National Guard and Marines to quell that unrest. Well, the DOJ wants a federal court to now declare that LA's sanctuary laws are invalid. That would be huge for every state, including Pennsylvania. in Philadelphia, where we have Philadelphia as a sanctuary city. So dumb. But it will block future enforcement and prevent city officials from enacting similar restrictions. Now, of course, Mayor Bass, I mean, she's so ridiculous. Her office has not yet issued a formal public statement. No one has really said anything. Legal experts argue the lawsuit is weak. No, it's not. Where it stands now, the case is filed in U.S. District Court for California, which is very liberal. Y'all know that. But it will. So this will probably end up going to the Supreme Court. Also, Donald Trump is right now touring Florida's alligator Alcatraz. Had you heard about that, Albie? I know. It's a little island surrounded by swamp waters, filled with alligators, and they're going to put according from what we've read, some of the harshest of their illegals on this island, and double dog dare anybody to step foot in that water. That is going to be crazy. But Trump, DeSantis, Nome are already there on the ground in Florida, and they're getting ready to.
Just a little bit of audio, Kathy.
Oh yeah,
I'm sorry for the brashness of the sound of the helicopter in the background. But prior to taking off to head down to Florida, Trump did address a gaggle of reporters and had this to say about alligator Alcatraz.
The snakes are fast, but alligators we're going to teach them how to run away from an alligator, okay? If they escape prison. How to run away. Don't run in a straight line. Run like this. And you know what? Your chances go up about 1%. Okay?
He's so irreverent. He just doesn't care.
No.
He has no couth. As my grandmother would have said.
Just don't run in a straight line, says the president.
Let me tell you something that is so true. Y'all know I grew up in the deep South, and by deep South, I mean the woods of Alabama. And that is a common lesson that you're taught if you're being chased by a snake. And I've seen snakes chase people. I saw a snake once chase my Auntie Sherry. She was in the outhouse. She comes out of the outhouse, looks up, there's a snake. It drops. My auntie starts running, and we're standing on the back porch screaming, "Run, Sherry, run!" I know. I got some stories.
Did she get away?
She did get away,
good.
but she was running in a zigzag. Everyone knows you don't run in a straight line because a snake can jump. So anyway. So Donald Trump, oh my God, he's like, snakes are fast, but alligators are faster.
Do you want a rundown as to what to expect from alligator Alcatraz? I do have that footage as well.
Oh yeah,
That's
please.
from the Florida Attorney General, and you can go to our YouTube feed, youtube.com/@1210WPHT to both see Kathy and this video. Take a watch.
Attorney General James Uthmeyer here at the Miami-Dade Collier Training Facility. This is an old, virtually abandoned airport facility right in the middle of the Everglades. Florida's been leading on immigration enforcement, supporting the Trump administration and ICE's efforts to detain and deport criminal aliens. The governor tasked state leaders to identify places for new temporary detention facilities. I think this is the best one. As I call it, Alligator Alcatraz. This 30 square mile area is completely surrounded by the Everglades. Presents a efficient, low-cost opportunity to build a temporary detention facility because you don't need to invest that much in the perimeter. People get out, there's not much waiting for them other than alligators and pythons. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Wow. Within just 30 to 60 days after we begin construction, it could be up and running and could house as many as 1,000 criminal aliens. This presents a great opportunity for the state of Florida to work with Miami-Dade and Collier counties. Alligator Alcatraz, we're ready to go.
They're ready to go. I love it. Call in 855-839-1210. Another piece of news that came out is that sanctuary cities may lose federal tuition funding. I voted for this. I voted for all of this. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Now, what is interesting, let me pivot to something very serious, and that is, let's see if I can get back to it, the AI. Had you guys heard about they were trying to put a moratorium, a ban on AI development here in America, a 10-year moratorium. And apparently that was voted out. So 99 of the 100 senators voted to strip that moratorium out of the bill. And the AI systems that they're trying to protect is facial recognition. As a freedom-loving patriot, I'm not for that, but autonomous decision making, predictive analytics, and defense, healthcare, and policing. The thought is AI is here, and I do agree with that. AI is here. AI is not going anywhere, and if anyone should be in the business, my initial thought is, and please call me if you disagree, call me at 855-839-1210. But my initial thought is that if the world is developing AI, China is, Russia is, India is, we are no longer a unipolar world. We are now, there's about 4 major countries, America being the largest, followed by China, Russia. Let me see, what is it? America, China, Russia, and now India. That's the 4th. And if these major nations are developing AI and we are handcuffing ourselves by not allowing the federal government to participate in the development, in the regulation, in the regulating of AI, then we will not be competitive. AI is changing the world. It has changed my world. And so, this is where we are. We really need to hold our legislators' feet to the fire. I am not for facial recognition. I'm thinking China. I'm thinking social credits. I'm thinking the government has too much of our information already. But nonetheless, here we are. We're getting ready to come back. We should have on the phone pretty soon Donald Trump's poster. He was Trump's poster from before the golden escalator ride down. We'll be right back.
On your marks, get set.
And you're off, racing towards your retirement goals. But you're not there yet. The markets are up and then they're down, and you are not getting anywhere on Wall Street's financial treadmill. Do the ups and downs of the markets leave you feeling sick?
When I look at the stock market, I want to throw up. You have your eyes halfway closed when you're looking at the stock market because it's like, oh my God, is it down? And every day that you go through this, it's stressful. And I'm tired of being stressed.
If you're like Linda and don't want financial stress in retirement, there is a solution.
Russell Convery. I started with Crash Proof Retirement in 2017. This year, my wife and I have earned 8% through the Crash Proof Retirement System. We did have a few drops in the market, but my money was safe. You know your money's safe and it's going to grow.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
being drawn by the statute. That was sort of like the starting point. The question was whether.
Clip 5, the 6 straight minutes of praise.
Oh, yeah, I got you there. Sorry about that. Here you go.
The mission was carried out with stealth and with precision. There were no American casualties. And while Congress is divided after receiving briefings on the extent of the damage, I'm sure that we've derailed Iran's nuclear program, at least temporarily. And there's some valuable deterrent effect for America's adversaries who witnessed last week's exercise. Then, last Tuesday, President Trump left the White House en route to Europe. At the time, there was a question as to whether Israel and Iran would honor a ceasefire. That caused the president to offer the most unfiltered, non-controversial, direct words that I can recall anybody ever saying about the Middle East.
We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
Cut to The Hague, where he arrived for NATO meetings and was able to wrangle an agreement from our allies to more than double their defense spending target from 2% of gross domestic product to 5% by 2035. Also, while at NATO, in a press availability, he did something rare for Trump and I found rewarding. He showed empathy. It came in an exchange with a Ukrainian journalist who said that her husband was a soldier. She asked whether the U.S. would supply her country with Patriot missiles.
Now, are you living 6 straight minutes? 6 straight minutes of praise. And that was not Fox News, guys. That was CNN. Yeah. 6 straight minutes. You could go out there. Maybe you could put that link up on YouTube, Dan. But joining me to help kind of talk about all of this winning, Trump's winning so much that CNN just did 6 straight minutes of praise. Joining me is John McLaughlin. He is Trump's poster and a strategic consultant. And I met you maybe about, a little bit over a month ago now, John. And I said, so you've been with Trump since the escalator ride down? And you was like, no, I was with Trump even before then.
Yeah, even before then. 2011, he was thinking of running in the 2012 race against President Obama. And in 2011, we spent about a month writing a campaign plan. And at the time, President Trump had the highest rated TV show with Celebrity Apprentice in primetime on NBC. And I kept telling him, if you announce they're going to pull that TV show, and he was saying he had some lawyers that said no. But then he called me after we'd written the plan and got them all ready to run. And he said, well, maybe now the time is not right. And he ran in 2015 instead, and he used that plan to win the 2016 race, and he's been winning ever since.
Yes,
so,
and you've been with him ever since, even before the escalator ride. Not too many people can say that from a political perspective. So thank you so much, John, for joining me. I appreciate it.
Well, it's a pleasure. I saw you at the Job Creators Network in Savannah, and that was a great conference. And
it was.
Small business owners have been really backing the president, trying to get this Trump tax cuts made permanent in the bill before the House and Senate, and hopefully we can do that before July 4th. Get it signed into law in a couple of days.
It's really interesting that you would say that, because at the Job Creators Network, they represent almost half of the GDP, those people who contribute to the GDP. And those small business owners, they're very supportive of this big, beautiful bill, the Tax Cut and Job Act. And yet you go to social media and even some of these, these pundits, right? The ones who don't have a small business in manufacturing or producing or building something other than running their mouth. They are the ones who are like, oh, I don't know, I don't like this. But it was really interesting that the small business owners are overwhelmingly in support of this tax bill.
All right. And we've done polling for the Job Creators Network. We've done polling of all voters for the Chamber of Commerce where, when people are told that only half the voters are aware that the Trump tax cuts that were passed in 2017 had a time limit, and they're supposed to lapse after this year. So everybody in America would be faced with about $2,000 income tax increase or other tax increase. And, when they're told of that, every Democrat in the House and the Senate now has voted against making those Trump tax cuts permanent at some point, where they're voting for the largest tax increase in history, $4.5 trillion. And the ironic part is the small business owners know that, and small business owners want to see these Trump tax cuts made permanent. They want to keep the pass-through taxes, the 20% deduction, because what we found in the Job Creators Network, they will use it to expand the economy. That they will in effect, use it to hire more people, expand their business, and grow the economy. And that's the whole point of the Trump tax cuts.
Absolutely. So I always find that contrast to be interesting when I see people who make a living talking versus people who make a living building things. There's always a disconnect, it appears. But let's pivot a little bit, because we have Zohran Mamdani in New York. I mean, what a head turner that is. But I want you to help put this in perspective, because your job is to understand where people are moving, and to see that. Mamdani, we can make jokes about it all day long, but I believe there's a message there. Yes, we have overeducated, white, affluent, young people who don't know left from right, who are behind this, but there's a working class base that is also a part of it. And there's a message that they're sending to both the Democrat and the Republican Party. What is that?
Well, the message is the message is scary, because I grew up in the Bronx when I was young, and I went back to university there, and I live close to New York City. So and I've done work all over the country, but I've done work plenty. I've done plenty of work over the years in Philadelphia as well, but in New York City. This out-and-out socialist is scary, because when you look at his positions, he talks about not just defunding the police, but basically abolishing the police. He's in favor of cashless bail, which they have in New York, where if you get arrested for a violent crime, they don't keep you in jail. They let you go and till your trial's there, and so you can commit more crimes. And they also, there's a whole bunch of things where he's talking about, he was talking about over the weekend taxing, raising the property taxes on white homeowners. Well, he doesn't mean just white homeowners. He's going to raise taxes on everybody. And so it's bad, because in New York City, there's about 70% of the registered voters who will vote in a citywide election will be Democrats. And only about 15% are Republicans. So when President Trump ran statewide, although he made great gains in New Jersey and New York, and we were hopeful if Biden stayed in the race, I think we would have won New Jersey and done even better in New York. But most of the popular vote that we gained, we certainly won Pennsylvania, and we certainly did what we had to do in the suburbs and in the city of Philadelphia. But in New York State, most of the gains we made, it was among African Americans, it was among Hispanics, it was among voters under 35. We were able to get significantly more votes, but in New York City we still only get 30%. So to win statewide, you need 35. For Mamdani to lose this race, it takes Democrat rejection. So we worked for in the past for Mike Bloomberg. Certainly when Mayor Giuliani won, there was Democrat rejection of the incumbent. And so when Mike Bloomberg won, remember 2001, Mark Green had beaten Freddie Ferrer, who was Hispanic from the Bronx, and Bloomberg was able to win 30% of the African American vote, over half the Hispanic vote. He was able to win the Jewish vote, which is all these ethnic groups, basically the tribes in New York. He was able to win, and he got elected in 2001, and then he got reelected in 2005, and then he got reelected again. And now you're looking at this and saying, can we create that kind of rejection of the Democrat, where over 40% of Democrats would have to reject Mamdani for one of the opponents to win? So Mayor Adams, who left the Democrat primary because he wasn't going to be able to win it, so he saw the handwriting on the wall because he's a moderate, and he left that Democrat primary, and he's still in the race. And Andrew Cuomo has an independent line; he might still be in the race, and Curtis Lee was on the Republican line. the key thing right now is getting all the facts about how radical Mondami is out to the voters, in spite of, the press may give him a pass, and a lot of Democrats may decide to give him a pass and say, well, he's still a Democrat. But the reality is his positions on the issues are just so basically unbelievably radical, where President Trump's called him a communist. But when you look at it, he's talking about it. But in the past, he's been on record as a Democrat socialist in New York. He's been on record for abolishing prisons, period, abolishing medical bills. That'd be nice, but try to get a doctor if you don't have medical bills. Legalizing sex work, so you'd have human trafficking throughout the city. Have safe site injection. So, like if you go to Sylvia's in Harlem, there's a methadone maintenance clinic near there, and you got to watch your car because people just smash in the windows and take out what's in the back seat.
It just takes out, right? It just breeds criminality. But it's also just so anathema to the Constitution, to a representative government, to our American values. I know we're hanging on by a thread of those American values, but those values are being redefined. And I believe his message, I haven't seen a lot of people talk about, like, this isn't something that the rest of the nation can just be like, oh yeah, those silly New Yorkers up there. I think this is a very defining moment of who are we as a country, because not only is he a socialist and ridiculous and his things will probably never come to pass, but it is a famous quote from Abraham Lincoln: public opinion is everything. Right. With it, you cannot fail. Without it, you cannot succeed. This man has public opinion on his side, and I guess what you're saying is we need to be a part of shaping the public opinion. Like, do you really want a radical Muslim? Because I think he's a radical Muslim. I think he has a problem with not wanting a global intifada. I think he wants that.
Right. He wants. And by the way, when you talk about that quote from Lincoln, it's one of my favorite quotes. And Newt Gingrich has it in the beginning of his book, Trump's Triumph, where he talks about, because that's what we would talk about during the Trump campaign, where we need to, the one thing we have behind us is public opinion. Yeah. So if the majority of Americans, because remember, Donald Trump won the popular vote, if the majority of America supports us, we have public opinion on our side, and we can grow it. And President Trump in the good polls is actually, his job approval is above 50. We have him 52, 53 in our last two last national polls, and that's higher than the vote we got. So we got to keep building it, and that was before his successful. Making sure Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon, and at the same time he's passing tax cuts that will be no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. So we're going to grow public opinion. But Mondami, on the other hand, he's dangerous because he's a socialist. He's also dangerous because when he couldn't admit that he couldn't repudiate a global intifada, he's saying he hates people. He hates Israel, and it's not hard to all of a sudden, once you start hating Jewish people, to start hating other people, and go from there. And so he's got a problem, and we've got to stop him, and we've got to educate people to how radical he is.
You know what? I mean, you're so right. And that is history, what you're stating. That is facts, is that it may start off a hatred for Jewish people. But what history tells us is that hatred spreads. And before you know it, it's black people. Before you know it, it's all other kinds of people. And it's not just civil disobedience. We just saw what happened in Washington, D.C. with the two Jewish young people being murdered. When you look at the Intifada 1 and 2, it is very aggressive, and it is dangerous for humanity. And for someone who wants to represent a major economic city in America to have a problem with repudiating it and rejecting it outright, I think that's a problem.
Yeah, and basically, 1 in 6, 1 in 7 voters in this election will be Jewish voters. And usually they vote 3-1 Democrat, but It's not going to be that case now, and it's like, but it's scary. It's also scary because we have anti-Semitism in New York. You have attacks. We've had attacks going on throughout the United States, whether it's in Western Pennsylvania, they attacked people at a synagogue, or up in the suburbs of Rockland County, where you've had people, somebody invade a rabbi's home with some sort of sword or whatever like that, and try to knife people. So you get these scary anti-Semitic attacks, and you know what's bad about it? It's because they don't dislike you because they disagree with you on the issue. They dislike you because of who you are. And if you're allowed to dislike people because of who they are, there's no stopping them. And it's scary when what a socialist means is he's a big government socialist at minimum. He may be a communist like President Trump says, but a big government socialist believes the government should decide, not the people. And that's really scary, because if you get a mayor, because he's already saying there should be free bus fares. Oh, that's a nice thing. But he doesn't control that in New York City. The MTA does. The state legislature controls that.
That's why I say a lot of this stuff isn't feasible.
Right. It's not feasible. And he needs to be exposed for the radical he is. And if he's got a problem with other New Yorkers, New York is the greatest city in the United States, so it's the greatest city in the greatest country of the world. And if we have a mayor who allows people to hate other people, it's totally the opposite of what New York City was all about. New York City's always been a melting pot. There's a reason why the Statue of Liberty's in our harbor. There's a reason why, Ellis Island is there as a tribute to everybody that came here. And also, when you think about it, by the way, the largest voting group in New York City is African American.
But let me just say, because I've been saying it all week, I'm so proud of Black people and their voting, and that's not something I can say regularly, right? Because we tend to vote against our own best interest, voting for Democrat for the past 60 plus years. But on this particular case, not that Cuomo is a great alternative, but they did not vote for Mamdani because he wants to abolish the police. Black people know that is antithetical to our instinct to live and to thrive, right? And so I think that was a really big issue for Black people when it comes to Mamdani. However, something Vivek used to say all the time: people will only sell what you're willing to buy. Mamdani is selling something that the public is willing to buy, and I get the crazy, trust fund socialist, but Hispanics voted for him. Asians overwhelmingly voted for him. What is it that he's selling that the people are buying that Republicans and Democrats need to be aware of?
Well, by the way, in the Democrat primary on that first choice ballot, he got less than 50%. He got 44%.
Okay.
So it's significant because he beat Andrew Cuomo, because Andrew Cuomo had significant negatives. Like in a poll I did for a candidate who didn't run in January, Cuomo inside the Democrat primary had 47% unfavorable, only 49 favorable, which made it really hard for him to win a ranked choice voting situation. And that'll be announced by the end of today, supposedly, from the Board of Elections. So they have this crazy ranked choice voting system. But on the first choice, he only got 44% of the Democrat turnout, and it was less than 1 million. In the governor's race, 1.8 million showed up for New York City, and in the presidential race, 2.6 million showed up for New York City. So there's a lot of New Yorkers that need to be educated, and if they know where Mamdani stands on the issues and why he won't repudiate hate, and sure, he's slick. He's saying, I'm going to freeze the rents. I'm going to give you free bus rides. I'm going to give you free child care. Yeah, he's talking the positives of a like the communist system where they promise you everything free, except that, till it comes time to
free ain't
to
free.
Have it or pay for it. It didn't work. By the way, he wants supermarkets to be city run. And that didn't work in the Soviet Union. Remember the empty shelves of if you're old enough to remember, when the Soviet Union collapsed, their supermarkets had no food.
Hey, John, we got a caller.
Oh, he just dropped off.
Oh, no,
Darn.
Joe, I was getting ready to come to you, Joe. Call back. Oh, man, I keep losing my callers. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. Please call back, and I will put you on as soon as you pop back up. Joe. John, but again, I think what Mamdani, yes, he's crazy. His ideas are crazy. I think he's dangerous. He's a radical Muslim at that, which makes him, because who else want to take care of you and make all of the decisions for you? Ayatollah Khomeini. And I don't want him here, right? I don't want him.
No.
I don't want to live under the Revolutionary Guard. But I think he's speaking to something that is real, and that is a squeeze. I've been talking about it for a while since JCN, is that there is a very real, palpable squeeze on the middle class. No one really talks about the middle class, but in the working class, we're always talking about the 1%ers or poor people. No one really have a conversation. At one point, we used to always talk about the middle class, but now we are becoming a nation of rulers and renters, and there is a very real squeeze on working class who are trying to build something, who are trying to dig their way out of poverty, and there's a squeeze on the middle class who are trying to build claw their way out and into the top 10%. And I think Mamdani is speaking to these people.
Well, he is, but Donald Trump did. And what's ironic about this whole thing is, having worked for President Trump's campaign, we were talking about reducing inflation, and now this big, beautiful bill is there to have tax relief for working middle-class people. That's what it's about with no tax on tips. That's what it's about with no tax on overtime. That's what the child tax credit, we raise it. And so people get a real benefit, and they get some relief from 4 years of inflation, and that's important. So you don't hear it in the media, but this is the lowest that gas prices have been on July 4th in 4 years. So when you're filling the gas in your car and your stuff, people are kind of they're feeling okay, but we've got to make sure Washington finishes that job. But Mamdani, he's out there sensing that, and he's making these promises, but his solutions won't work. His solutions have the government deliver it. Yeah, no, and we've got to expose him, because if we can raise his negatives and develop Democrat rejection, where Democrats decide this is the wrong guy, then let's see in September who's in second place. Is it Mayor Adams? Is it Governor Cuomo? Is it Curtis Sliwa on the Republican line? The one who's in second place then will be the one to stop Mamdani. But right now we've got a lot of education to do about how radical Mamdani is and how bad he is, and expose it, because he's going to try to put a nice face on some really bad ideas.
Right? Every interview I see, he's smiling and he's talking so friendly and sing-songy in his voice. He's trying to put a sweet face to slavery, because that's what communism really is. It doesn't work out. Ask the people. I'll never forget during COVID in China, and people hanging out their apartment buildings screaming. Do you remember that?
Yep. No, it
crazy.
It doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
No. So we've got to educate people to where he stands, so they can make an intelligent decision this November.
Before I let you go, what about Elon Musk saying anyone who votes for the big, beautiful bill, I'm going to make sure, if it's the last thing I do, I'm going to make sure you lose. That means something to most of these Republicans who are there just for the power. And they're very, Republicans aren't known for strong backbones and spines. So for someone like Elon Musk to come out and say, whoever votes for this, I'm going to create a third party, and I'm going to make sure you lose your primary next year. What does that mean?
He's going to waste a lot of time and money. The sad part is, as I already explained, is like, if this bill doesn't pass, we're going to have a massive tax increase that will really hurt the economy. And I don't know Elon Musk. I've been with Donald Trump since he first thought about running for president back in 2011, and through 3 campaigns with him. Mr. Musk came on board the day after President Trump survived an assassination attempt at Butler, and we'd already been ahead in the national polls for 2 years. So, he came on board because we were winning. Maybe he's upset about, like President Trump sent a True Social about Elon might have been upset about they're getting rid of the electrical vehicle mandates that his company Tesla survives on, or other government work. I don't know. So it's just a mistake. He needs to come back onto the Trump train and realize that this is the best thing that can happen now. And then, once the rules of Congress are, so once we get this Trump tax cut made permanent and the economy's growing and we can hold the House and the Senate, he needs to come back on, and then we can work on other legislation to keep the economy growing and help middle-class people.
Is there an
Mm-hmm.
appetite for the people who you're surveying? Is there an appetite for a new party?
No, not right now. By the way, maybe among the Democrat Party, but not among Trump voters. Trump voters, his base is rock solid.
Yeah.
And whomever he supports in the primaries wins, and whomever he tells them to go out for and vote in November, they tend to win too. So we've got a challenge because there's a lot of people here that are rooting for America not to succeed, just to hurt Donald Trump, and that's wrong. They need to realize we're all Americans. We're in this together. We got to grow the economy together. We got to help each other with jobs. We got to make sure that America is safe and secure. We got to secure our borders. There's so much in this bill that's important to the country, to keep criminals out, to literally strengthen our military in a world that's dangerous right now. And he should get on board with this. And then if there's some things they want to hash out and change in future legislation,
then pick up the phone and have a phone call. Get off Twitter. John, thank you so much. John McLaughlin, Trump's poster and strategic consultant. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you so much for that wisdom and insight. I loved how you just made a comparison. Yes, Mom Donnie is offering something, but Donald Trump is offering something real in this particular bill. I appreciate that perspective. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Kathy. Look forward to seeing you again.
Yes. Okay, guys. I'm getting in the middle of my time here. 855-839-1210. And I promise, as soon as you call, I am going to take your call no matter what. Call me.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-595-2212. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-595-2212. That's 800-595-2212.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If I handed you $100 today, what would you do with it? 4th of July party? Gas money for that road trip? A car detail? Groceries? Tickets to a baseball game? Well, United wants to give you that cash. You already know they've got unbeatable service, the best rebates, and the experts to keep your car running right. This month when you buy tires, you can take the cash. Simple as that. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com today. That's UnitedTire.com.
A hot and humid air mass remains in place across the region today. It'll be partly sunny with some afternoon showers and storms. Some storms may be severe with a high near 90. For tonight, shower and storm chances continue. Some heavy rainfall, especially during the evening, with a low 72. And for Wednesday, early morning showers, then becoming partly sunny and not as hot with a high 85.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. At Kitchen Magic, they've been transforming kitchens since 1979. Proudly American-made, family-owned, and 100% tariff-proof. That means no international delays, no surprise fees, and this month only, you want to take advantage of their 24-month same-as-cash financing. It's time to love your kitchen again. Visit them, kitchenmagic.com, or you can call 800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic, quality that's closer to home. Kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Yo, it's Coop. Summer, to me anyway, is all about great music and staying connected. And when you switch to Verizon Fios 1 gig home internet plan and get the JBL Party Box, on us. Take your favorite music down the shore, the backyard, wherever. Plus, get a $200 Verizon gift card. There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Visit your local Verizon store to switch to super fast and reliable Fios home internet today. Limited time offer while supplies last. Additional terms apply. Must maintain Fios service for 65 days and then register for gift cards. See store for details.
The Joe Conklin Show is Philly sports put to music.
I play like Mr. Softy.
Wildwood in Ocean City, July 11th and 12th. Tickets at joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com.
Hey, Royers Ford. Remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
I won't stop, guys. guys. You can't stop me. We're moving on. But as promised, I am going to go straight to my caller. Phil, you're in Delaware. What's up, Phil?
And good morning to you. Great show.
I love the energy.
Well, you've made it happen, so you get it. You know, it's interesting you brought up about Mondami and his non-willingness to embrace all facets of New York. But when he refuted, like you said, about the Anfada, also he specifically singled out, he said, white neighborhoods and billionaires. So how many food groups are left? Just the schlumps that'll say, oh, yeah, I know if he promised free buses, free this, free that, we're going to get it. What are they? How goofy are they?
You know what? But people only hear what is in their own self-interest. And, oh, my goodness, what is his name? The famous black economist. I can't think of his name right now. But he wrote a book called First Level Thinking. Most people only think first level, right? Everyone is human. And then they're like, okay, yeah, everyone is human, so let's just open up our borders and allow everyone to come in. And they don't think about, okay, well, next level thinking is, well, who are these people? How do we vet these people? Who's going to support these people? Do we know these people? It just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Thank you so much, Phil, for calling in. I appreciate that. Okay, I want to bring in my next guest, Joe from Texas, Mr. Joe Penland. You guys know him. I have him on quite a bit because you're calming, Joe. in a world of everything, everything just kind of pops on the scene and then is fleeting. I earnestly believe we need people who have been around for a minute, who have seen this, who have seen the cycles of life, the ups and the downs, and who can provide some insight. And that's why I asked you to come on quite a bit. He is a businessman turned political activist. You sponsored the Tucker Carlson live tour that traveled across the nation, and I believe it was pivotal in our winning. Trump winning last year. Thank you so much for coming on, Mr. Penland.
Thank you. I appreciate always visiting with you.
Yes. Hey, listen, I have another caller. Do you mind if I take him real quick and then you can help me answer his question?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay, awesome. Hey, Ed, what's up?
If I don't wish Kathy Barnett a happy 4th of July, I just might have to cry.
I love the rhymes, Ed. I love the rhymes.
Hey, I could give you a rhyme every time. It'll never cost you a thin dime because you're in your prime.
I would like to think so.
Hey, so I want to know, did the big, beautiful bill pass yet?
I've been watching that, and as of right now, Senate bill nears final vote. Okay, so they're nearing the final vote. So no, not yet.
Well, guess what? We don't need a winter coat. They're near the final vote.
We're near the final vote. Ed, thank you so much for calling. Okay, Mr. Penland, I don't know if there was a question there. I don't think so for you, but thank you again for coming on. I wanted you to come on because a little birdie told me that you had a private meeting or an opportunity, a space to speak with the president, with President Trump, not too long ago at a D.C. dinner you were invited to. What did you ask him, and what did he say?
Well, I had just a brief time with him. You don't get a lot of time with the president. Obviously, there was 1,800 people at that event. I did have a round table with the speaker with about 20 people, and then after that, I got to visit with the president a little bit of one-on-one. I asked him how he always could have the same positive attitude that he has and always come back, with something better than what he had the day before, no matter what they threw at him. I said, I've never seen anybody that's had any more thrown at him or his family, and you certainly don't need the headache and all the heartache that goes with this job. And he said, Joe, somebody has to do it. And so I gave him some what I thought was some South Texas. I thought it was humorous, but I thought it was good advice too. He chuckled a little bit and he said, well, let's go ahead and take a picture. So we did.
I love that. Someone has to do it. I think we're always looking for that $1 million kind of pie in the sky response that changes everything. But I said it earlier to someone who had called in. The simplest things in life are often the better things, and it's oftentimes the correct thing, is that someone has to do it. And he has elected him and his family. And you're right. I mean, he's been through a lot. I think the overwhelming majority of us would have buckled and cried uncle by now. And yet he is there and he is winning. Every time I turn around, he's winning.
Well, what drives him, Kathy, is he loves America. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah.
This is his country. He loves America. He loves the American people. He loves the American spirit. And they're not going to bend this man, and they're not going to break him. He will continue to come back stronger day after day after day. He's down in Florida today looking at a camp that they're working on down there to try to get some of the bad illegal people out of the country. I think that's going to happen very quick. Matter of fact, they may go live with that camp today. They've been working on it day and night to get it ready, and he's making a tour down there today. Governor DeSantis was down there at the end of last week. So it's something big happening. He's making good on his promises to get the bad people out of here. Unfortunately, a few people that weren't bad got caught up in it, but I think his main focus is to do exactly what he promised, when he was running for president.
I believe that too, and I agree with you. I believe he loves this country. I believe he wants good for this country. And there has been a lot of winning, whether we're looking at what happened in that 12-day war between Israel and Iran, whether we're looking at how he forced the hand of NATO to increase their spending, the fact that not a single illegal has come through our border last month. I mean, that is huge compared to what we were looking at under the Biden administration of a flood of people. We have no idea who they are coming into our country, and he's done it all. And now he is, going after people like Karen Bass and others for impeding the work that's being done. We're winning in the Supreme Court, and I love this winning. And then I hear your question of you asking him, how can one man carry this big burden on his shoulders, and his response being someone has to. And I can appreciate that. But then I look at, Elon Musk is saying, well, if anyone votes for this bill, I'm gonna make sure you lose. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, it's unfortunate. I think Elon went way out on the limb saying he was going to take $2 trillion out of our budget, which I thought was very high. I'm not criticizing, say he didn't do a good job or he came up short or what have you. But I don't think anybody makes points in this country criticizing the good work somebody else is accomplishing. And our president has accomplished a lot in a short period of time. Is he going to please everybody? He won't please everybody if he stays there 50 years. So to say and come back now to criticize this, that, or the other, I think it's short-sighted. I wish it wouldn't happen. People jump from one side to the other all the time. What we really got to focus on is getting this bill passed, getting this behind us, not having the largest tax increase on America that we've ever had. So there's some things here that needs to happen. And I would ask Elon, I'll probably never visit with him, but how does he feel about if we don't get this passed, that we're going to put the largest tax increase on every American, man, woman, and children? Why would we want to do that? I think we have to get this behind us. There's lots of good in this bill. It's not a perfect bill. I don't know that there's ever been a perfect bill, but
something's
I think
going to pass.
his his disapproval of the president right now, I think if I was him, I'd let it lay.
Yeah, I know, right? Mr. Joe Penland, Joe from Texas.com. Thank you so much for being on. I appreciate you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Have a good day.
Yes, and that economist I was thinking of, guys, is Thomas Sowell. Dan just came through. Thank you, Dan. Yes, the great Thomas Sowell, economist. Yes, first level thinking. How do we get people to move beyond first level thinking? Blessings. I see y'all on the other side.
Hey everyone, this is Dom Giordano. Celebrate your freedom by doing something good for your health. Rescue Natural Supplements Independence Day sale is going on now. Save 45% on 4 or more of their specially formulated supplements with the code FREEDOM. Mix and match single bottles to support a healthy heart, immunity, energy levels, or simply to up your nutrient intake. Rescue has you covered with proven natural solutions to feel your best every day. To take advantage of this star-spangled deal, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Rescue's Independence Day sale ends Sunday, July 6th, so don't miss out. Remember, shop res-q.com. Use that code FREEDOM. Again, the code is FREEDOM for 45% off 4 or more single bottles.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Okay, guys, this is it for today. You can still call me, though. I'll take your call, 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. I am looking, and the Senate has still not voted yet on the big, beautiful bill. Trump is speaking after his tour at Alligator Alcatraz. Oh my gosh, he is completely irreverent, and I love it because I think that's what we need. I was up late last night looking at the different provisions that are in this bill that were taken out, that were put back in. Again, this is not a perfect bill, so don't go around telling anyone this is the perfect bill, this is everything, this is no. Be realistic about it, okay? It is not perfect by a long stretch. However, it is probably as good as it is going to get in this country and in this Congress, in this Senate, Congress, meaning the total body of House and the Senate. It's the culture in which we're living in. I mean, there are a lot of things I wish was in this bill, like one of them being they had to remove a federal funding pause. Because right now there's like a 90-day verification period, and the federal government, i.e. you and me and our tax dollars, pay for illegals to be covered during that 90-day period while the state verify whether or not they're illegal or not. But during that 90-day period of time, they're getting whatever Medicaid treatment that they want. Well, the Republicans were going to put in, but it was removed, a 90-day verification period where during those 90 days, the federal government, i.e. you and my tax dollars, do not pay for any kind of services until after 90 days and the individual has been verified to be a legal American citizen. Well, as you would guess, that was completely removed. So there are things like that I wish had made it in. Because I do not support giving Medicaid services to illegals and yet trying to be hardcore with Americans. I do believe Americans, they say there's about 35 million able-bodied Americans who there's nothing wrong with them. They could be working. They could be out getting a job and being able to fund their own health care, but they're not. I am absolutely in agreement that that we should create the path for them to be able to stand on their own 2 feet. I don't think there are direct lines from A to B. I think there's a lot of movement that goes on here. And I think most of the time we only think in parallels, right? Like in straight lines. But for example, one way to help people get on their own feet is to make sure there are meaningful jobs, that people are able to get a meaningful job, work a meaningful job, be able to save, not pay all of their money in taxes, but be able to put money aside, different incentives for them to purchase their first home, making sure interest rates are down, making sure and doing the necessary thing from an economic perspective that keep inflation low. And it's not just one thing. And that's why I'm so impressed with President Trump and Secretary Scott Bessent and the things that they're doing. Because when you talk about tariffs and making sure that there is an equal playing ground, that we're not sending all of our jobs over to other countries, but that we're bringing manufacturing jobs here, that checks the box on creating jobs that the working class and middle class can build a life on. When you're talking about bringing in these tariffs dollars in order for us to use that to pay down our debt, that helps significantly. When you talk about the things that he's doing from an economic perspective to keep inflation down, all of these things work in tandem, and all of them are needed to get people in a position where they can stand, where they can make the right decisions be able to stand on their own 2 feet and be able to create a life for themselves. This is necessary. So just remember, you are not crazy. You're not overreacting. You're not woke. You're just awake now. You're conscious. And now that you're awake and conscious of what's going on around you, it's time to move, not in anger, but in purpose. Because I believe faith is necessary. Family still matters. And this country is still worth fighting for. You've been listening to Kathy Barnett, sitting in for Don Stensland. I will see y'all tomorrow. Blessings.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or price stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text card to 323232. That's card to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on costs, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course, traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Hey, Jeff, looks like your business is really booming, even in a tough time for businesses like ours.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, thanks to LendSeek, our business was able to take care of some outstanding bills and taxes and to purchase inventory and expand our product lines.
Wow. You know, my business needs working capital, but only from a reputable company that I can trust and count on. How does LendSeek work?
Fast and easy. Just apply at lendseek.com. Their AI lending platform gave my business access to over 100 funding programs with one simple application. And it costs nothing to apply.
At lendseek.com, you can receive business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. Whatever your funding needs are, seek no more. Our AI lending marketplace has you covered. If you've been in business at least 1 year with annual revenue of at least $250,000, you could get the funding your business needs in as little as 24 hours. There's no obligation, so apply today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Welcome in. Right now, there is, in any moment, the full Senate vote, the big vote on the big, beautiful bill. And yesterday, I felt a lot better about it. Today, I have a lot more problems. And look, it is all about getting to the finish line with this. On the one hand, Elon Musk, shut up, buddy. Just shut up. People are not going to follow you, primarying him, threatening to do that with Trump. That's one. Two, President Trump's got to stop telling us we're not going to be playing with Medicaid, just waste, fraud, and abuse. That's just not true. We do want to cut these people off. Is that waste, fraud, and abuse? Well, not by law, but able-bodied men who won't work the 80 hours a week, a month, and or volunteer. That is not illegal at this point, but it's why we want to cut it. We are cutting it. And then when you take a look, random fact, but think about this. Even though I would cut those people off, you have people making the case, people here illegally still will be able to get Medicaid, yet you have Americans that are going to be knocked off. Now, I think they ought to be knocked off, but I don't think if you're here illegally, you should be getting Medicaid. And then the SALT thing. I saw a great piece. National Review is conservative right down the line. What it comes out with that I have here is the Senate part of this rises in 2025 to 40,000. We're going to let people in states like New York with a communist potentially as a mayor. Jersey, where they never stop. 40,000 they'll be able to take off. Then in 2026, it's adjusted to 40,400. 2027, it increases annually by 1%, 2027 to 2029. It keeps on going up. Then allegedly it goes back to the cap in 2030. A National Review makes a great point. Do we really think in 2030 you're going to get these people back after they've gotten this largesse? No, I think it's a lie. A National Review says for these 8 people holding out, and look, I realize Jeff Van Drew's in a tough spot in Jersey, but he's one of the 8 holding out on this. It's going to cost us an added cost about $40 billion for each one of those seats over the course of the next number of years that I laid out. Is that worth it? $40 billion we're paying them because we need them. A gun is to our head. Now, I'm all about taking one for the team, sticking your elbow in there. You know, you got to get on base. But the bottom line is here, that's just excessive. $40,000 in Jersey. 855-839-1210. You get on board. Also, I want to talk about in Idaho, the guy who, it seems to me, the evidence is obvious. Wait a minute. The big, beautiful bill. Move my screen there, Henry. Well, you can't see that. You're seeing the same thing I did. Is it 50-50? And I believe Vance is breaking the tie. That's what I see. The Senate has passed the big, beautiful bill. Now heads to the House for final passage. And that's where we're going to see the battle here. The give and take back and forth on this. Vance had to break the tie. So that means they lost 3. It was probably Murkowski, Tillis. I'm not sure of the other. We'll give you the other when we see it. But it has passed. But that doesn't mean it's passed. Now the back and forth goes on with the House, and the House probably will vote on this tomorrow. So are those flaws what I laid out to you? Are they flaws, or do you say, come on, Dom, you got to take one for the team here. Just do it. We just need this, whatever they want. $40 billion a seat we're giving them. How in the world do we continue to raise the SALT tax? We have people in Jersey, and we feel for you. But does that mean we're going to bail you out from what continuously happens in Jersey or New York, where they're going to elect a communist, it looks like. Should we give them $40,000 to take off their federal income tax? And as I said, the figure over the course of time of this comes out to about $40 billion for each one of those seats. They got their way at this point. That's going to go through. Now, the Medicaid stuff and the back and forth over that, I'm not sure. And I'm not even fully sure of everything exactly that's in this. So 855-839-1210. Vance cast the deciding vote here. And I get the enormity of this. I have 50 reasons why there are good things in this bill. But it is true. If we follow the Senate form, are they going to do that in the House? If you're here illegally, you get Medicaid, but we're going to knock Americans off. Now, the Americans we're talking about deserve to be knocked off. But how about the people that are here illegally? How do you square that up? There's something wrong that it's come down that way. All right, so let's start here. We got a lot of sound. Here's President Trump. And this isn't a factual statement. I get it politically that he wants to say it. They're so scared of Medicaid and cutting Medicaid. I think the Senate did more of that, as I understand it, in this. Will the House continue to follow through on it? Cut 16.
The concerns about the Medicaid, though, no, we're not going to be playing with that. An estimated 11.8 million Americans.
Yeah, the Democrats have it wrong. Waste, fraud, and abuse. In fact, if you look at what's going on, we've gone way back. We take care of Medicaid, we take care of Medicare. They will blow Medicare and Medicaid because they have no idea what they're doing. Just like they don't have any idea what they did on the border, they have no idea. Medicaid is in big trouble with the Democrats.
So you can promise anyone who loses their health care coverage that is because of waste, fraud, and abuse?
Waste, fraud, only waste, fraud, and abuse. This is what everybody does.
Well, if we include, I guess, the abuse that you're on it and you don't work the 80 hours a month, okay, I'm on board, but just say that a little bit more clearly. But it is curious. We are knocking Americans off, and they ought to be knocked off. So how in the world do we knock Americans off and illegals stay on there? Both of them ought to be knocked off. $40 billion for each one of those seats in order to get their votes so they can get $40,000, and it goes up on the Senate side. And ultimately, do you think that's going to come back down? No. Why? Why would someone listening in Jersey right now get $40,000 to take off their federal income tax? Why? Because they're in an abusive situation. Because we did this before, sort of. Because we want to free them up. They're overtaxed. They're living under tyranny. Well, how long do we have to do that? Before people, look, the no tax on tips, great idea. Even some of the smarter Democrats, they have something going on now called Project 29. They're saying, some of the smarter ones, it's not just Trump's personality. It's the actual agenda that people want. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime. That's going to drive things. Sort of a break on Social Security. But does that mean we ought to let people here illegally get Medicaid? That's what the Senate said. And 18 Republicans voted to raise taxes on people that are pretty wealthy in order to cover some of this Medicaid stuff. That's not the way to go. Or are you in a camp, yes or no, that says, hey, it's all about winning. I don't like a lot of this stuff, but we got to get it over the finish line. Now it goes to the House, but remember, they have different visions of this than the Senate. I don't know that the deal is in. I think the House vote will be sometime during this show tomorrow. Has passed in the Senate, which is good news, except for these obvious things that I've told you that I'm not on board with. All right, 855-839-1210. You get a line. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, you just push pound 1210. Now, we have Kirk producing today, K-I-R-K. And the question in his honor, because we did this with Henry way back when, Not to say we won't do it again, but let's let some time pass. We're looking for a famous person, and it's all in the call. It's all how you present it. Real or fictional, alive or dead, that's named Kirk or Kurt, C-U-R-T, or K-U-R-T, or Curtis, first name, last name. We couldn't think of a female name for this, like
That's
Henry,
right.
Henrietta. If there is one, we'd love to have it. All right, I'll take off Kurt Cobain, and I'll take off Kirk Douglas, all-time chin. You can't beat that chin in a million years. All right, in your honor, Kirk, what are you taking off?
Like you said, like those two.
Okay.
And actually, no, I'm gonna leave those two because I know there's a few others, but
Okay, you want to give them a little chum in the water there.
Exactly
Yeah,
right.
Okay,
Exactly.
All right. Henry's not like that. He's not a generous guy like you. He wants to take them off. He wants to have that.
no,
on
give me these answers. They're mine.
Yeah.
You can't have them.
Yeah.
How about baseball legend and his home run in the bottom of the ninth for the Los Angeles Dodgers, Kirk Gibson.
Yeah, and doing that thing when he can't
the
come
trot around the
bases.
bases. Kirk Gibson going all the way around.
You know what I like about that guy? He used to give his height as 6'2" or 6'3" or 6'2" and 3/4.
Yeah.
I always love that. He put that in the official thing. Dom Giordano, 6'1" and a quarter.
I suppose
dare
that's
you to
fine if you're being like listed on the website as like,
Yeah.
you're 6'2" and 3/4. But if you go around telling people, I'm 6'2" and 3/4, I'm like,
I admire that.
Are you in the 5th grade? Like,
No, I admire that. You know, it's showing he's not cheating and bumping up, but he's not going to bump down.
all right,
either.
that's a fair
Yeah,
retort.
Exactly.
I can
But he's the
understand
one guy that I would always see, other than guys that are 7 foot.
Like him.
Listed.
Yeah,
with
that's
that.
my height.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay.
I like that.
Yeah.
That's all I got. Yeah,
Okay.
Kirk Gibson.
All right. There's a million of them out there. Get in and come on. Maybe you've never called before. Are you happy about this, or do you see the downside of this? Is it too much of just throwing stuff together? And Elon Musk has got to be kidding me. We'll play you what President Trump said. I don't know that he threatened to deport Elon Musk, but he did talk. He talked about the subsidies. How come the subsidies are suddenly in play here with Elon Musk? Well, they are. And that's where it's going to stand. All right, 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. Is it fair that we're going to get rid of Americans on Medicaid, which we should, but not people here illegally? How do we come to that kind of mindset? 855-839-1210.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only
chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
This room needs something bold.
Let's go to Bucks County Estate Traders. They've got incredible one-of-a-kind pieces in every style, and new stuff comes in daily.
Sounds overwhelming.
Not at all. Every piece has a QR code for easy info, and their designers are super helpful. Plus, it's their 4th of July sale.
Save 20 to 50% store-wide now at Bucks County Estate Traders in Hatfield or online at buckscountyestatetraders.com. Open late and Sundays. Sale runs now through July 7th.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. Strike early today on the side question. Curtis, there's a million of them out there. At least I hope there are. It's all in the call. Remember that. All right. The big, beautiful bill passes the Senate. Got a lot more sound on that. But one item to throw out to you that tells me how many times do we have to go through this. It is a conundrum. I saw these poor people, at least the dad I saw on Fox and Friends this morning from Idaho. Remember those students killed that were living together? There were two blonde females and others just savage, hacked to death. And the evidence seems pretty clear. This guy was from Pennsylvania, I think, originally did it. So in the blink of the eye, these weaselly prosecutors, and Idaho's pretty conservative across the board, I think, they jump into the ring and they tell the parents, well, we don't want you to have to go through the pain of all these appellate decisions that will go on for a number of years. Oh, really? We're going to give him, quote, life without parole. Hey, I'm still betting that someday Mumia gets out of there. You know, I hate to say it, but that's the way this works. In Idaho, this case, well, we don't want to take a chance. Suppose he walks. So we have a death penalty on the books, even in a place like Idaho. And these weaselly prosecutors, and then they puff up. They walk out there. He's going to be in for life and this and that, whatever. Hey, buddy, shut up. He's still alive. You're a junior Larry Krasner. And again, it's not about prosecutors, just this one case. It's about protecting all of us. And how does that happen? Well, if we would routinely see the people that deserve the death penalty get it, I'm talking about every day, we see some big story on that. I believe it has a deterrent effect. And if it doesn't have enough of it, then we need to do more of it. That's my answer. But I don't know. We let the left, and even in Idaho, this gruesome crime, pretty clearly who did it. Well, you know, do you really want to go? And the parent, I saw the guy on Fox. He said, yeah, we realize there'll be appeals and all that. But we know he's alive every day. And there will be stories. And if it's like Mumia, maybe they'll put his writings in Cornell's library. Remember that? Maybe they'll name a street after him. Maybe we'll hear book after book and person after person about something like this. How in the world does a country say it's for the death penalty, and then the people empowered to do it find one reason after another to tell the people who want it, the parents, and the rest of us, at least on paper, for the deterrent effect, for justice, for anything. Nope, we're not going to do it. Just out of the blue, that happens today. Or in the last couple of days, I'm not sure, Monday, whatever, and they fully knew. And they're like, what? Are you kidding me? Yes, we do want the death penalty. That's our business. And then the victims are made to feel like bad people. Oh, was that going to bring your loved ones back? And then we do the head count with Joshie Shapiro. Remember the Tree of Life in Pittsburgh? He's lying about it. I've seen the evidence. Overwhelmingly, the immediate relatives of the people that were killed there do want the death penalty. He lies and says they don't. And on and on and on it goes. No, this is about what Democrats, progressives are about. And we've allowed them, even though this issue is on our side, to continue to weasel out. And this is a big one. I mean, this got more airtime, I guess, because of the savagery of it. They were all together in this remote spot, whatever it was. It got a tremendous amount of play. And it's not like it's in Philadelphia. It's in Idaho. I'm going to go to Susan in Winmore on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Susan, thanks for calling.
Oh, hey, Dom. I got an answer for the side question.
Sure. By the way, I'm usually over there. You said tell Sharon at about 10:30 at the Flowertown Farmers Market.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I missed you on Saturday. I was there.
Okay, well, I'm going to try for 10:30 this Saturday. I'm setting my clock.
Okay. So anyway, my answer is the guy who should be the next mayor from New York City, Curtis Sliwa.
That's a great one. We love Curtis Sliwa. Now we got to get him on the show again. A little bit, he's in demand, but that is a very good one. Curtis Sliwa. Thank you, Susan. Yeah, good start with that. Hopefully we'll get him on. I realize, he's got all kinds of people telling him get out of the race and everything else. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. Here is President Trump with Elon Musk. Now, does Elon Musk really think he's going to challenge Trump on this? I think it points to that Musk is mad. So many subsidies have been taken out here. How much was he getting in subsidy money? Here's Trump. I don't think he says he's going to deport him, but he'd like to go after Elon Musk using Doge. Cut 14.
Nothing. He's upset that he's losing his EV mandate, and he's he's very upset about things, but he could lose a lot more than that. I can tell you right now. Hey, Elon can lose a lot more than that. We hope it's going to happen, and we're looking forward to happening sometime next week.
All right, that was the core of it, and he did go on to talk about his status here and all the rest of it. So there are actually commentators there nationally billing this as who are Republicans going to be more afraid of, Trump or Musk in this? Musk can threaten to primary anybody he wants. He doesn't have the juice, though, to do anything with it. He's got the money. That's it. It's hollow. It's ridiculous. But this big, beautiful bill, I gave you some of the things in there. Are they deal breakers to you? You go, nah, just can't have this. We're in the mode, I get it, of saying, hey, we got to get this across the finish line. But do you really think you're going to get rid of? And Democrats are toasting over there in Jersey. So if you're in Jersey, why don't people move? We've come up with, they brutalize you. Now, our hope is that Jack Ciattarelli is going to win. It won't be a silver bullet, but it'll go a long way. I get it. But why do we need to give $40,000 off your federal income tax? Because these guys in New York who are Republicans, they're in it maybe just as bad, if not worse, and they demanded that. Otherwise, they would scuttle the whole thing. Would they really? They'd be the guys you want to threaten to be primaried. I don't think you should give anything off, but I guess we could live with the 10,000, but 40. And in the Senate side, it goes up 1% every year. and they say in 2030 it goes back to 10,000. Come on, that's not going to happen. You know, once something like this gets in, it's going to stay. Also, how is it we're taking Medicaid away from Americans? Justified. It should be more. And yet, illegals still get Medicaid. That is kind of strange. Hey, Roberta in Sparta. Dom here in Athens on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Roberto, welcome in.
Hi, yes, it's Roberto, and I'm not in Sparta. I'm in Elkins Park. But
okay.
I have visited Idaho, and although not that part of the state, and, you know, I follow that case very closely because I know how it affects the people who live there.
Sure.
And first of all, I think any mass shooting, or in this case, mass stabbing, the prosecutor should be obliged to seek the death penalty. That doesn't mean the jury will give it to him, to the defendant. That, you know, they might have doubt.
Wait a minute. Let me ask you why, when it's a mass, to me, Roberto, they ought to be obliged to seek the death penalty if it meets his first-degree murder. You don't have to murder two people. One's enough.
Well, yes, but I mean, you know, all these liberals like Shapiro say, two wrongs don't make a right. Well, how many wrongs do make a right?
That's a good point.
3, 4. That's the point. And I'll get back to Shapiro if the time permitting. But the prosecutor, he might have walked on a technicality. Well, resign. If I was in that county, I would go to
your point, if you don't have confidence enough in your office and yourself to prosecute, then get the hell out.
And I told your screener that he could prosecute each case individually. You can't prosecute the 4 people and then prosecute them again twice because of double jeopardy. But if you're telling me there are 4 different victims, you can't have 4 different trials and at least get the death penalty, you should be disbarred. You should be a social worker, not a lawyer.
Yeah, I agree with you, without a doubt, Roberto. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for that. Do you have a answer to the side question today?
Oh, no, not today.
That's
I didn't even hear it. Okay,
that's okay.
Thanks.
Thank
Bye.
you, Roberto. Very glad you called. I don't know how we got Sparta. He didn't miss my Athens joke there, but that's okay. He's in Elkins Park. That sounds more exotic. Sparta. All right, 855-839-1210. Big, beautiful bill has passed. Coming up, we're going to talk with a state representative who's gotten something surprising to me passed, in that he's gotten passed the cursive must be taught in schools. He got it passed in the House side, and you know how liberal they are. The Senate ought to be a layup on this, without a doubt. Also, we have the biggest union in town on strike, DC 33, and I heard the mayor say, well, we have plans of what to do because they pick up trash and all. They said, don't put out your trash. That's a great plan. Keep it in your house. But the serious nature of this is they are the 911 call operators, DC 33.
Oh.
And they say, well, there's going to be a slowdown here. Who in the world's in charge? You have to have some kind of plan of backup people that are coming in. It's bad enough, the 911 operators, the trouble over the years in Philadelphia. Think Eddie Pollock case. But you don't have backup people? All right, we're going to talk with the representative coming up. And it was, I think, 195-8. It passed. Name something else that gets that kind of passing. So if people become aware that cursive is needed. All right, and give us that Curtis Sliwa, Curtis, first, last name, or Kirk, or Kurt, or Kirk, K-U-R-T. All right, 855-839-1210.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Philly's largest blue-collar workers union is now on strike. Trash and other city services are affected. A pickup truck struck a freight train at the Lansdale station. 2 boys are in critical condition, and the crash has been causing headaches for the Lansdale-Doylestown SEPTA line. And the Philly Pops Orchestra officially gets its name back today.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
A hot and humid air mass remains in place across the region today. It'll be partly sunny with some afternoon showers and storms. Some storms may be severe with a high near 90. For tonight, shower and storm chances continue. Some heavy rainfall, especially during the evening, with a low 72. And for Wednesday, early morning showers, then becoming partly sunny and not as hot with a high 85.
Mercedes-Benz Dream Days are on at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. Get exceptional pricing on the C-Class and E-Class sedans, the CLE Coupe, and the EQE sedan. Find your Mercedes today.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, you're with Dom, and in the middle of all the stuff, the president visiting the alligator Alcatraz, we'll talk about it. We've talked about this many times, and Dan particularly was resistive. This was almost like the cash thing and the bar thing we talked about. Cursive. Why do you need cursive? Why do you need the Palmer method and all that? Well, guess what? We have a breakthrough in Pennsylvania. It passed in the House, which for this, I think, is the harder. And Representative Dane Watrow is with us here on Talk Radio 1210. He's the sponsor of this. Representative, welcome to Philadelphia. Where's your district?
Hey, thanks so much for having me. I represent the 116th Legislative District. That's up by the Hazleton area and pushes through Schuylkill County down to like McAdoo, Klein Township area there. But mainly my focus or my majority of the district is the Luzerne County portion.
Ah, okay. Well, Lou Barletta is a friend, and he has excellent penmanship, so I can see why this would happen, the former mayor there. So
yeah, and former congressman. Yes, sir. Great guy.
Yeah. So, Dane, why was this something that you got behind? After all, you were the sponsor, and you got it through the House 195-8. Can you write some more bills? That's shocking.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything. If you
Absolutely. I do have some more in the works.
Let's celebrate July. If you say, let's celebrate July 4th, 9 of those Democrats will vote against it. So great work.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm very proud of this bill. This been around for quite some time, and recently, within the last several months, been out with my daughter, and she explained to me that some of her friends do not know how to write or read cursive, and I found that to be very alarming. So I took up this bill. A colleague of mine who retired had this bill a session and a half ago, and I decided to go ahead and run this and change some language. It's a real easy bill. basically joint italics handwriting. It's very simple. I've learned down here in Harrisburg, you can't run a 50-page bill. It's going to be hard to get done. But this one is requiring our education system to instruct cursive, joint italics handwriting. Really simple. It's just a really good benefit to the students.
How do they check that box? Because we know, my background's in education, Dane. How do we know that they're complying with it? What do they have to do?
Yeah, so that's a great question, Dom. So it's going to be up to the school district. Now, it's going to be a requirement. We all know we don't like unfunded mandates, but this is not this does not need to be funded.
Right.
This is a piece of paper, a pencil, and your teacher writing on the whiteboard. So this is going to has to be put in the curriculum. Now, the good thing about this bill is that I understand that every school district and every classroom is different. You gotta adapt to your region and your area. So this legislation, House Bill 17, requires cursive handwriting to be taught in the public and private elementary schools in Pennsylvania. How schools accomplish it is left up to the individual school district. So if it's second grade, if it's third grade, that's fine. If it's the second marking period or third marking period, it's totally what fits into their curriculum, but it's going to be required to be in there.
I think as critical as writing it, though, of course, is reading it. The foundational documents and everything else. In researching this, how is it that we got away from it? And when you made your case, did people say, yeah, how is it that we just don't do it? How long and why? I've talked about this a lot, Dane, over the years, maybe 20 years or so of this, and it's surprising that we got away from something this simple.
I was shocked, to be very honest with you, when I started really digging into this, because I went to my school districts and I said, hey, are you giving this instruction? And I went to my friend, guidance counselor Erica Galeta back home, and she said, yeah, she very much knows that this is being instructed. Then I went to my wife. I'm like, she's a second grade teacher. Angela, I said, hey, did you teach this in second grade? She's like, absolutely, second marking period. At the end of it, we started teaching it. So Hazleton Area School District gives this instruction, never got away from it. And then I went to the other 3 school districts I represent, and they do it. However, clear across Pennsylvania, it's not being done. They got away from it. Why? I don't know. I don't have that answer. It's just the fundamentals of everyday living. I mean, let's face it. It plays a role in everyday life, whether it's signing a checkbook, legal documents, or just adding the personal touch to handwritten notes. Its skills retain, both professional and personal settings. So it's a vital skill to have, and we got to bring it back here in Pennsylvania. I'm hopeful the Senate will run this, so we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I don't understand the pace and why you wouldn't. I think it struck me it'd be friendlier ground even. When you research it, over the years when I've had people on and we've talked about it, they talked about higher order skills are enhanced, not just being able to read the documents and all this stuff and sign your name, but it actually has a mental capacity to it that is pretty obvious according to experts.
You're absolutely right. I have to say, the research that was done too, it supports, fine motor skills. It continues the flow of writing, helps strengthen the eye and hand coordination. Skills benefit students beyond the classroom. Additionally, it's a faster way to write than printing as well. So it gets them ready for, years down the road in their academic career if they're moving off to college for shorthand or whatever it is. So that's super important. And the great thing about 25 states now already require students to learn and write and read in cursive. Maine being the latest state, and I'm hopeful that Pennsylvania is going to be the 26th state now.
Now, how's your handwriting? I confess, if captured behind enemy lines, they never, it's worse than a doctor. It's horrible, and I don't have any disability or whatever. And I graduated Catholic schools, and I did really well in penmanship, the nuns and all that. But now it's pretty bad. So how's yours?
Mine's pretty good. I got to say, I love writing in cursive. I do. Everybody I try to meet, I always give them a handwritten note saying, hey, thanks for taking the time to come and meet with me. It's always in cursive, and I take a lot of pride in that, just because I want the person to read it. I'm not like, what is this garbage, and throw it away. So, I take pride in my cursive
Now,
writing.
do you do anything with this? I see Watro. That'd be a name I'd go to town with the O and moving it out, doing something like that.
No, usually my double W gets a little bit crazy there at times.
Okay. All right. So while you're with us, Representative, where are we with the budget? We're now efficiently 3 years in a row with the Shapiro administration post what is the legal date. Other than the gaming, which is kind of in the weeds a little bit for our listeners, what is is it the Medicaid thing that's part of that's overlapping? What is holding it up?
I don't think so. I don't think that's you talked about the gaming issue. That, to me, is the pressing issue. As soon as there's a deal with that, I think there will be a deal made and the budget will get done. We are in an impasse now. That's not good. We should stay here until this is done. That's my feeling on it. Now, the governor spoke about marijuana. He was big on pushing during his budget address marijuana. That's seems like a divided caucus with that. So I be honest with you, I don't see that getting done this year. I hope it doesn't. I'm not a fan of it. So that's
one more area there too. I am one of the principal supporters, if I say so myself. I have a new podcast on this with some really good national figures on school choice, charters, etc. And yet, when I bring Republicans on, that's died down on this. Why is there no appetite anymore to do that, since Shapiro is a national figure and he boxed himself in, he wanted credit for it, and now nothing is said about it? Why is that kind of died down?
Yeah, look at, Shapiro campaigned off that during his first election here, and he's coming up on his reelection here very soon, and basically vetoed his own campaign promises. I don't understand. School choice is important, and I say that because every student learns differently. Some need that private charter cyber school, where some need that actual, like my daughter. She attends public education, Hazleton School District, does well, excels. But that's not for everybody, and I identify that. But I think that is a very big talking point, but I don't think it's a budgetary one, unfortunately, this year.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Good work. We'll have you back when the circle is closed with this. Glad to see it was relatively easy. Common sense prevails.
I don't know about easy. It took a lot of pushing and begging. But, yeah, thank you so much for having me on. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Dane. Thank you very much. Dane Watro, Representative Dane Watro, a name that you wouldn't forget. I don't know how many Danes are out there.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah. But it passed overwhelmingly. The Senate, they're dawdling here. What problem would they have? I can't imagine. Finally, this is one of those I'm checking off the box. How many times people on talk radio would call in and say, isn't this a simple thing? I thought it was. It passed 195 to 8. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you need to do is just push pound 1210. The big, beautiful bill is passed, but can they reconcile with the House? And there seemed to be a lot of reluctance on some of the things I've told you about here. I just cannot believe that we're going to spend $40 billion to buy off essentially 8 legislators over the next 8 years and give them $40,000 their constituents get to take off their federal income tax because, let's face it, what's the reason why? The reason why is they're living behind the Iron Curtain. They're run by Democrats who will not stop spending. So if you're in Jersey, can you make the case? Come on, Tom. We're all in this together. You got to help us out. 40 grand? Come on. Particularly with Jack Ciattarelli. Isn't that the better solution to this? Let's say Ciattarelli's elected. Would 40,000 still be necessary? Democrats are not going to quit just because he's there. There's going to be just a huge battle every day. That's what they want to do. Now that they have this breathing room, is that going to stop the maniac in New York Or is he thinking, hey, you can take $40,000 off and make the rest of us pay that you have a communist running New York City? 855-839-1210. You get in. Hey there, folks. Celebrate your freedom by doing something good for your health. This is a big July 4th deal. Rescue Natural Supplements Independence Day sale is going on now. Save 45% on 4 or more of their specially formulated supplements with the code FREEDOM. Mix and match single bottles to support a healthy heart, immunity, energy levels, or simply up your nutrient intake. Rescue has you covered with proven natural solutions to feel your best every day. To take advantage of this star-spangled deal, call 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Rescue's Independence Day sale ends Sunday, July 6th, so don't miss out. Remember, shop res-q.com. Use that code FREEDOM. Again, the code is FREEDOM for 45% off 4 or more single bottles.
They say no two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app with over 16 million subscriptions sold? Well, we thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. She's an artist and absolutely a visual learner. She's doing a deep dive into our Babbel wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Malcolm is very much a type A, say it to my face, listening learner. So he checks with Babbel's speech recognition to make sure that accent?
Precio.
Keith's a real people person and a curious learner. So he loves Babbel's Culture Bites, full of insights and native knowledge about the language he's learning. Like what's served for Christmas dinner in Germany?
Glühwein, Weihnachtsgans und Christmasstollen.
Wherever you are, however you learn, Babbel is the best choice to break any language barrier. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Hey, it's Rhea. Drive in style this summer with a new Lexus from Lexus of Cherry Hill during the Golden Opportunity Sales Event. With over 300 new and L-certified pre-owned Lexus vehicles, you'll find the perfect ride for your summer adventures. Veteran-owned, family-operated, an elite of Lexus dealer, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Talk to Tony Labello and his team. They'll get you into the Lexus of your dreams with some of the best deals of the year.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/us-DOE.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
Hey, this is Larry Steinis with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. so you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. So Randy Weingarten and Becky, Dan always corrects me on that, Becky Pringle, differ a good bit on the case that the Supreme Court ruled the other day. Randy Weingarten saying, yeah, come on, parents do have some rights here. And Becky Pringle saying, the NEA woman, no, they don't. I'll give you a little bit of that coming up. But Gary in Newtown is here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Dom. How are you? Great show so far.
Oh, thank you. Well, we'll try.
Well, I'm going to see if I don't get my pants spanked when I ask this question. 2 weeks ago, you were on the hating of Tom Massey and Ron Johnson for holding out on the salt, and now all of a sudden, either you did the math or someone did the math, or it came to your attention it's going to cost too much money to be in there.
Well, no, it wasn't with Massey. It wasn't just the salt. There were any number of things that he was against here, wouldn't go along with on the House side. So I don't think it was just assault.
Then I heard you incorrectly. My apologies.
Okay,
but
that's no
I will
problem.
I will say that Ron Johnson's been on that heartbeat along with Robert from Ben Salem, and he's got me along with him forever.
Yeah,
it's
and
way
I
too
think,
much money.
I think Johnson voted. You know what they're doing. You know what the con is, Gary. They're saying, well, in 2030, it goes back to 10,000. I would predict it's never going to go back to 10,000. That won't happen once they get it there.
Well, I will say this, and we can have this conversation maybe in August when we get together as a group. Until we start cutting everything, nothing's ever going to go down, and we'll never afford anything. So we have to have some kind of a reset somewhere.
Look, I agree with you, and I'm not saying it's done intentionally, but illegals will still get Medicaid, yet any number of Americans are not going to get it. That is, it just occurred to me this morning, Gary. Something's off with that.
That's criminal.
Yeah.
And diabolical.
Yeah, even though I would cut these Americans, but if I do that and say they're undeserving, how are illegals deserving of it?
They're not.
Yeah.
How we can actually have a legitimate conversation about it, it just doesn't make any sense.
No, and look, I hear your point until we're really serious about cutting, but let's face it, Trump is not that. He's a populist here. He's sending all these signals even about Medicaid that make it difficult. So the others then are going to be in their corner. And look, would these SALT guys actually resist Trump if he says, you got to pass this bill, you're not getting 40,000? I think they would cave in.
I hope that they don't. I really don't want them to cave in at all because, you know, Trump was one of the biggest spenders for COVID. And if you looked at prices for real estate in 2019 to compare to today, it's 50% higher than it was 6 years ago, which is the reason why this nutcase in New York City is getting all the ground game that he can, because he's talking common sense fiscally, even though it's absurd.
Yeah, exactly. Gary, who is your Kirk?
Oh, my God. If we could have Kurt Schilling to help us end the rest of this season, I would be in heaven.
Well, I heard on a sports station today, the guy was saying, who would you, and I was at the game last night, and Walker was really good. Who would you have pitch the big game for your life? Would it be him? Would it be Roy Halladay or Hamels? And I think he left off the guy I'd have pitch in that would be Kurt Schilling.
Absolutely. He had almost the best off-speed balls that you could ever imagine and want.
Yeah, big game, too. Big game, the drama. Look, I'm not saying he's a good guy. I mean, I've had him on enough times. Both hands on the bleep button, et cetera. But in a big game, bloody sock, you know, he likes that kind of drama. Maybe he cut himself. Cut me in the dugout, you know. I think his big game record was pretty good. Some guys are big game pitchers. Things go their way. Other guys, they just don't seem to go their way. it was impressive last night. And Henry, I don't know if you've seen them, but San Diego, what a bunch of miserable fumblers and just you can feel the way Manny Machado was not booed enough. He was booed severely last night for my taste. I think it was too young of a crowd. They didn't hold the grudge long enough. This guy,
yeah. It's only like 2 years
hits
ago.
a ball off the wall and is held to a single. That's what I stood up. I was standing ovation for that. He didn't even make a turn like he was going to second.
Yeah, they
a
got
shot,
they got off to a
350
good start,
feet.
too.
Yeah, held to a single.
Yeah, they're disgusting.
Yeah, they did not look good. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. The great E.J. Antoni from the Heritage Foundation is next, master economist extraordinaire. We'll ask him about the big, beautiful bill and also about tariffs, because it appears that Trump was more right about tariffs than wrong. And it seems to be any number of these more moderate Republicans, they don't like what the Senate did. They're afraid that rural hospitals are going to close. Is that true? Or is Medicaid the third rail? Meaning everybody's afraid to touch it. It's almost like Medicare and Social Security. All that straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured on the job, we mean it. But if you suffer a work injury, we will work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say there are never, ever any upfront fees, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees, and you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text CARD to 323232. That's CARD to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome.
You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, this big, beautiful bill stuff and tariffs. So big, we got to call in the big guns. Let's bring our friend here in Philadelphia from the Heritage Foundation, the chief economist, Richard Astor Fellow of the Foundation's Grover M. Herman Center for Budget. Let's bring in E.J. Antoni here on Talk Radio 1210. E.J., welcome back to Philadelphia. Thank you very much. Big, beautiful bill has passed. What does E.J. say?
Well, better than the alternative. You know, a lot of people have been very down on the bill, especially some of the last-minute changes, whether those were, additions that were voted in or whether it was things that the parliamentarian inserted. But whatever the case, you still got to compare this to what's the alternative. The alternative is doing nothing. So while this certainly is not the bill I would have put together, that's for sure, again, it's better than doing nothing. Doing nothing means the border is going to be essentially unsecured next year. It means the middle class is going to face a tax hike of about $4 trillion. You know, this bill does a lot of good things. Does it reduce the debt? No. Does it slow the rate of increase? Yes.
Let's talk about that. So, again, Trump is not a debt decreaser at all. I'm glad to hear you say at least it slows the rate of increase because both parties seem to have given up on doing just about anything. How does it do that?
Well, essentially, it does it with a combination of spending cuts, which are pretty minor, frankly. This is where my disappointment comes in. I wish we would have cut a lot more. But it does put in some good, healthy, common sense provisions, like making sure that able-bodied men who can work aren't getting welfare payments, putting in those sensible work requirements. At the same time, it does have some pro-growth provisions, like allowing a business to do full expensing. It makes no sense, Dom. If I'm going to build a factory here, I have to pay for that factory today. I have to pay for the equipment today. Why on earth is it that I have to wait sometimes over the course of 40 years to get the full tax deduction from that? By the time 40 years rolls around, the actual value I'm getting from the tax deduction has been so diminished by inflation, it's worthless. So provisions like full expensing are really going to help increase growth, which helps increase revenue to the government, which again puts downward pressure on that deficit and therefore the debt.
Okay. What do you make, with listeners? That's why we have guys like you to cut through. You're like a weed whacker to cut through this stuff. I've read all the Wall Street Journal and all I can stand on this. The stuff that we're told, the complications of Medicaid and rural hospitals and everything else, and just what the states have gotten away with up until now, all the tricks, all the gaming that drive up the cost in addition to the able-bodied men that you mentioned that are on Medicaid.
Right, and so much of what happens in Medicaid, Dom, this is why it's such an expensive program to run. It is legalized fraud. It's not to say that what people are doing is illegal, although there is plenty of that. There is, outright fraud when it comes to Medicaid, but so much of the system is legalized fraud. You can follow the law and fleece the taxpayer. One of the things is this crazy provider tax. Hospitals are up in arms. Please don't reduce the provider tax. Since when does anybody say don't reduce a tax on me? That makes no sense until you realize that the mechanics of this is that they basically get reimbursed for whatever they pay in that tax, somewhere between 3 to 1 all the way up to 9 to 1,
exactly.
because of a crazy addition that was put in place under Obamacare, where again able-bodied men are getting these crazy Medicare payouts, or I should say the hospital is, when they treat able-bodied men. And the result is that the state ends up reimbursing hospitals much more than they pay in the tax, and then the feds come in and backfill whatever the state pays. So it's all just a giant fleecing of the taxpayer, and the healthcare lobby absolutely loves it. And, of course, they're one of the biggest contributors for Tom Tillis, which is why he tried to burn this down at the last minute, because he doesn't want to see that go away, because one of his major campaign contributors makes a fistful of taxpayer money off of it.
I'm convinced, after all the interviews I do of Congress people, that all this Medicaid, Medicare, inside, and the medical stuff, I'm not sure they really have a handle on what they're voting on, other than, you mentioned Tillis, who sends them dollars, the support, and all that. I think they can be sold in their own minds on just about anything, because this stuff is trickery. It doesn't have any sensibility connected to it.
Right, exactly, Dom. And you need no further proof than that, than if you just look at the actual amount of money we spend on these programs, and you realize, look at all the healthcare spending we do in this country. If the federal government actually spent that efficiently, in other words, if it was spent in the private marketplace, it would be enough to provide everyone health care coverage in the entire country, not just the people who are on public assistance, but all 330 million people. So clearly there is abuse, there is corruption, there is fraud, there is waste throughout the system. And that's why the more we can cut any of those things out, the better.
Now, I'm glad you're on today because of this, but you and I were kind of joined at the hip. I thought the tariffs with President Trump were kind of all over the place. Too much weaving. I give him the weaving and all. And yet the revenue and things seem to be going pretty well with it. Or are you on board now? Is there some shoe about to drop with all that stuff?
Well, we have to remember what happened in June of 1930 when they passed the infamous Hawley-Smoot tariff. Mm-hmm. And what occurred there was a rush to get imports into the country before the tariffs actually took effect. And so because there were so many more imports to tax, even though they were being taxed at the old lower rate, it resulted in a surge of revenue. So we're seeing exactly the same thing today, Dom. It's not that the tax rate is higher, it's that the tax base is wider. And so as we see the months going forward, we can expect to see the level of imports drop. That has already happened for the first month of data we have. And so even though you're taxing a higher rate, the tax base is not nearly as big. So revenue is going to go down.
I never talked with you about this. In my gut instincts, I am not an AI guy. I mock it. You know, people that use it to think they're going to have AI write something for them. I'm afraid of it as far as job dislocation, driverless cars. And I guess I'm in that camp that even sees someday the machines realize they're in charge here. As an economist, there's a lot in this bill, a lot of back and forth about stuff AI related, and saying if we don't do X on the Senate side, they talked about this a lot, then we're going to be behind the eight ball when it comes to AI against the Chinese.
You know, I think a lot, Dom, what we have to worry about when it comes to AI is government stifling innovation. It's not that we need the government to innovate. First of all, the government can't innovate. When was the last time the government innovated anything other than poverty? But what we need the government to do is essentially limited common sense regulation and then get the heck out of the way and allow the private market to actually flourish here. That is what is going to keep us ahead of enemies like China, not the government trying to get into the AI game or have its own AI company, whatever the case may be.
EJ Antoni with us. EJ, what are you else thinking about and writing about right now?
Well, a lot of it really has been consumed with the big, beautiful bill and the fallout from it. In other words, how we started this conversation, yes, this is better than the alternative, but this isn't the ideal. It doesn't go far enough, Dom. We need some big cuts to spending. One of the problems right now in the whole discussion about whether or not the Fed should cut interest rates, and I know the president, sent that handwritten note to Powell yesterday or whenever it was saying, look, you better cut the rates soon, pal. The problem here is that if we go back to the fall when the Fed cut rates, now they had no business doing it then. That was for purely political purposes. And even if you say, okay, there's more of a case to cut rates today because inflation is lower, the job market has slowed, you still have to recognize the problem that last fall when they cut rates by 100 basis points, the yield on treasuries didn't go down; it went up 100 basis points. In other words, investors are realizing that cutting rates is going to be inflationary, and they're demanding a higher return on investment for treasuries to compensate. In other words, you're going to have to pay me more money, Secretary Bessent, because I know some of the money I get back is not going to be worth as much from inflation. So if you want Treasury yields to come down, which is the president's whole goal, that's why he's hammering Powell to lower rates. He wants Treasury yields to come down so interest on the debt comes down and the government has to spend less money on that. I get it, Mr. President, I get it. But cutting rates artificially is not the way to do it. You're going to have the opposite effect.
EJ, where do we find all things EJ Antoni?
Best place to find me is on Twitter or X, whatever we call it these days, and the handle there is @RealEJ_Antoni. Look for the blue check mark.
All righty. Thank you, EJ. Have a good 4th of July.
You too, Dom. Thank you.
All right, EJ Antoni. Always feel good after talking with him, putting things in perspective around this. We got a great side question today, I think. All-time Curtis. Kirk. All right. Hit us with one of those, and we get your name into the hat in honor of Kirk sliding into Henry's chair, Henry into Dan's chair. I'm in the same chair here. I think it feels the same. All right, 855-839-1210. I have the chance next 2 nights to be doing a national show, and the great Scott Jennings is joining me tonight to break all this down. I'll replay that tomorrow, and I might have Jim Jordan. I just heard from him. We'll play you a little bit of that tomorrow. Going to be now, we know that Jim Jordan, big supporter of the president. But the 40,000 plus salt tax, come on. I'd love to hear from somebody in Jersey. Can you make your case? Come on, Dom, help us out here. $40,000. And it's going to keep on going up. In the Senate side, it goes up a percent every year. The argument is then after a few years, it goes back to 10. That's not going to happen. They'll continue to push, and they'll say, we need help. Look at how the tyranny of what goes on in Jersey. Now, if Jack Ciattarelli wins, okay, that ought to offer some relief. In New York, maybe Stefanik can beat Hochul. But look, if New York wants to elect a commie, and that's what he is, I believe, more than a socialist, to be the mayor of New York, why are we going to bail the people of New York out then? And across the state, they're pretty bad. Why do we have to do that? Don't they have the mechanism to do it? They're going to say, no, we don't want to move. And there's not enough of us, and these people are never going to change in Jersey. They're going to vote in a Phil Murphy. They're going to vote in all these Democrats. We need help. You know, the $10,000 a year is a lot, but 40 now, and it keeps on going up. The other headliner here is Medicaid, take off able-bodied men, completely in agreement with that. Let's get started. But illegals continue to get Medicaid. Based on what? Well, the answer is you can't have people running around without medical care. All the more reason to deport. All right, 855, wait a minute. Ron DeSantis is speaking in Wildwood, Florida? That's ridiculous. There's only one Wildwood. Stop it here, buddy. You got everything else in Florida. You're not getting Wildwood to hell, too. I want that stricken from the record. And, Henry, I did send you that, right? Mike Testa? Did I send it to both of you?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, let's try to get him on today, tomorrow. Yeah, maybe now. He picks up. Mike Testa, the senator from the shore, is trying to change the Bay of Delaware to the Bay of New Jersey. That's a good move, a la the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. And he's also trying to take land from Delaware that he says belongs to Jersey. Yeah, there's something, we may have to do a side question here about a name change. I don't know if you saw that. I just saw it in one spot today that the Bay of Delaware is not really the Bay of Delaware. It's much more the Bay of New Jersey. So call it that. What would the repercussion be? A number of things. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All I need you to do is push pound 1210. Let's go to Robert in Ben Salem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert, welcome in.
Hey, Dom, Henry. It's good to talk to you guys today. I got to tell you, he's one of my favorite guests, E.J. Antoni. I love listening to him. And I would submit, and I'm going to keep this short, that if this bill passed, if we get the economic growth, which is key, we're going to have more room to play with in the House, not the Senate, but the House after 2026, and we can make those changes that EJ was talking about. This might just require a little bit of patience, Dom. If we play our hand right, we get a more solid Republican plurality. I think we could do a lot more with this bill and the economics, and it wouldn't really help us to get upset about that in the meantime.
Oh,
it's
well,
like
Robert,
EJ
I
said.
know. Look, I respect that. I hear what you're saying, long view, and that could happen. It's reasonable. But $40,000 in tax break going up every year, 1%. God.
Yep. And you know how I feel about that, Dom. Believe me.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't even like 10,000. You know what I mean?
I don't either.
But I think that's one of the downsides of having a larger New York contingent in the Republican Party. But that won't last long because they're losing their power. New York is from 43 electoral votes, they're down to 29 now. And that's going to keep going, especially with this whack job they're thinking about electing in New York City. So patience. We got something, and I agree with Gary on this. Is that we need more cuts, but we have to put we can't. I mean, realistically, we couldn't do it that fast in this country if you think about it, because there's too many people that are not on board or mindlessly hate Donald Trump. And I also think, one more thing, we're going to make a little more progress on the MAGA agenda once Trump is gone. What do you think about that?
Don't know about that. See, I see that as a secret sauce. I don't see these other guys. It's just the Trump style and something. Not only that, these other guys, with J.D. Vance, would it pop to him to say, no tax on tips? I don't think it would pop in his mind as bright as he is in the manner it goes in Trump's mind.
Well, Trump's secret sauce is what got our foot in the door.
Yes.
But to push that agenda forward, we're going to need someone who doesn't make people crazy like Trump does. So, and he's got 3 more years, and I hope they're successful. But once he's gone, the agenda goes on.
Well, that is a great point. And sadly, the guy who is the guy that really can get things done, look at Alligator Alley, Ron DeSantis, is completely uninspiring. So you can't use him for president, I don't think.
You're probably right about that. But they're going to look for somebody to hate after Trump is gone. But I don't think it's going to have the same power.
No.
Trump really got him going, man, and you can't take that. So that's one of the things I love about him. That and watching these left-wingers melt down on X. It's absolutely hilarious. But I'm going to I noticed she's not popular with me or the audience, but I felt like I wanted to put a woman in there, so I'm going to go with Jamie Lee Curtis. I'll just go on how she can act and how she looks. I don't really care what she thinks about politics. But that's my answer.
That's
Jamie
a good
Lee
one.
Curtis. Have a great day, Dom.
That's a good Curtis. Jamie Lee Curtis. Yes. The Idaho college murder suspect to plead guilty. I told you about that early on. So here we have them saying that he doesn't get the death penalty. What do you need to do to get the death penalty? Even in the South, this is Idaho. Pretty conservative, in my sense of it. Prosecutors, we can't take a chance. Maybe the jury wouldn't like the death penalty. What insulated world are these people living? I would debate the death penalty against any 100 people that you want, anytime, anywhere. And my argument would be, I have the moral high ground. You don't. We know a lot more today. In many cases, it's one thing to say, what about somebody innocent, et cetera? My goodness. How many times have we had, like, the killing of Officer Fitzgerald? Everybody in the world says he did it. We have the camera work of it. He doesn't say he didn't do it. Yeah, well, but we still don't want to do it. That would be cruel. All right, 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side question, too. A lot more coming up. And again, Mike Testa, state senator, hope to get him on and commend him, changing the Bay of Delaware to the Bay of New Jersey, and apparently wanting to take away some land there that he claims Delaware shouldn't have. Look, names have power. That's the genius of Trump on this stuff. It is really more the Gulf of America, not the Gulf of Mexico. And the way you name something and the way we go forward, I mean, I'm still a stickler. I don't call it Kelly Drive. If I have to, I just avoid it. I just say the drive. I'm not going to call it Kelly Drive. It's ridiculous. Kellys don't deserve that. What did they do to be Kelly Drive? East River Drive, then. Palumbo Drive. Palumbo did stuff to deserve it. He didn't get it. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in on Talk Radio 1210.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
My computer is horribly slow.
Oh, really? I thought Smoke was a new feature on that model.
Dude, my whole business is on this thing.
Sounds like you need Computrex. We just started using them. They're amazing. They really know their stuff.
Computrex, affordable IT solutions for businesses with 200 employees or less. We handle automatic updates, secure backups, fast remote support, on-site help, and industry-leading cybersecurity.
I'm calling Computrex.
Visit ComputrexForYou.com. That's Computrex, the number 4, the letter U.com, or call 610-415-0539.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano's show. Let me throw this into the mix. You know, every year around July 4th, and I think it's a good thing, and Gallup is fairly reliable, they ask the question about pride in the United States. And I don't care who the president is, it ought to be an easy one. It's not about Trump. I said the same thing when Obama was president. I don't care who the president is. whether I liked them, interviewed them, didn't, hated them, whatever it might be. It's about the country. It's about the greatness of America. And I have the figures for this year, and they are abysmal, particularly in comparison. I can give you breakdowns going back to 2001 to 2015, and then where we are right now as far as the breakdown when people ask, are you extremely or very proud to be an American? So you don't even have to say extremely. You can say very proud. The silent generation, meaning Korean War, 88% in 2000 to 2015. And now they're at about 77%. Baby boomers were 84. They are at about 67 to that question. Gen X were at 77. They're at 56. Millennials were at 76, which is pretty good. They're now at 44. And Gen Z, well, they weren't around or answering the question. They're at only 24%.
Wow.
That say they are. And you have an out. You don't have to say extremely. You can say very proud. Yeah, very, 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 very proud. Independents. They were at 86. Now they're at. Why do they make it in lesser type here? I'll have to come back to the independents. But the bottom line is, Republicans used to be very close in the score to Democrats. And now we are seeing stuff that's just amazing. The breakdown, how it's changed. For example, back in the 2001 to 2015, if you were a Democrat millennial, you were at about 76. Now you're at 44. If you were a millennial Republican, you were at 88. Now you're at 67. So the breakdown is just incredible. And what's the result of all this? Well, the result is, I would argue, you see a guy like this Mondani be the Democrat nominee and the odds-on favorite to be the next mayor of New York City. Just as an example in front of us. I get the Trump effect, but this has been going on for a while. It's more than the Trump effect. And Democrats are the proof of this, that Republicans were consistent even in the Biden years. They were extremely or very proud to be an American. They got it. What I'm talking about, it's not about who the president is. Yet Democrats were much better when Biden was president than when Trump is president. Why is it so hard to see it's not about the president? It really doesn't matter. Now, you may have personal distaste. You may say, yeah, look how far this has gone. But it's about a broader thing, is it not? I mean, does that change based on one policy or one down period? Or you view the leadership of the country getting involved in the Iraq war or not getting involved and doing something like that? Isn't it about bigger than that? To me, I don't know what a president or what would happen where I would change my answer on that. It's just a given, even if you see the flaws. So you can admit to the flaws, the things that need to be worked. We just talked to EJ about that. You can certainly talk about the flaws, American exceptionalism and all the rest. But that doesn't mean you downgrade the greatness of the country. Why is that a foreign concept? Maybe you see it differently. Oh, no. I want to do this year by year, and I'm going to give the country a grade year by year, and that can change. Well, America's great. There's just no getting around it. That doesn't mean it's always right, or it doesn't mean there are periods, take whatever you want of things that we've gone back and we've fixed. It just means the fundamental premise of this. So I'm going to be on Inside Story tomorrow, right? I know. We're taping on Wednesday because even Thursday, because of the holiday, I get it. And one of the questions is, you'll see on Sunday, It's on 11:30 every Sunday. It's one of my favorite things to do. Matt O'Donnell's great. Is America, I think the first question, they're doing broad questions because, the time lapse here. Is America still a democracy? There are groups out there saying we're not. And I would answer, well, we're not really. We're a representative democracy or a democratic republic. By that, though, they mean, if you can imagine, when the Supreme Court delineated the immunity for a president under various things, they say that now makes us an autocracy, the people that put this together. Now, of course, I think the Supreme Court was spot on. All they did was clarify what is common sense for any president. It's a qualified immunity. But if it comes through official actions and discussion with advisors, etc., well, then you have immunity on these things. The founders, they knew that. They didn't want presidents constantly being sued and dragged before courts. It's not the president can say, let's kill Dom Giordano. Immunity on that. We didn't do it fully. We missed him. It's a big target. We didn't get him. No, you wouldn't have immunity on that. That's plotting murder. Well, we didn't like what he said on the big, beautiful bill. All right, well then, yeah, you got immunity. No, the Supreme Court was very clear. Can you imagine the premise? We're now an autocracy. I do understand people that are concerned with concentration of power, technocrats, given our reliance. I'm very concerned about AI. We just had E.J. Antonio on. He's not as concerned. I'm very Henry, are you concerned about AI, or do you see it as just an upside? Upside, downside?
I don't see too much upside in it. I am worried about more the long-term ramifications down the line, rather than the art it's making in the short term.
Yeah, the idea of reliance on this taking over various. I just saw today that Amazon now has more robots than they do people, or they're close to it, that are working their factories and all that. You can say, well, who wants to work a factory job? Okay, I get it, but what's going to replace it for people? I'm not crazy on this. Like, I use the self-checkout line if it's faster. I don't say, no, I'm not going to use it. That's costing people. There are people listening who will not use the self-checkout line. They feel they're costing people a job.
Yeah, I'm just worried, like, way down the line, like a Blade Runner 2049 situation where you have, like, an AI companion, whether that's, a robot or it's a holograph or something like that. That's what I'll be looking for. Okay. Like, all these little things at the market or, at the Amazon warehouse, they're fine. They help efficiency. But then it's like the leisure things that I'm worried about.
There's a breakthrough here. How about you, Kirk? Are you worried?
I'm worried long term, and and to be honest, I'm not ashamed to admit it, I use self checkout.
Okay,
I use it. I use it.
Why not?
Because I'm a type of person. I want to get in the store and out of the store, and in like less time, because I want to get in and out. I can't stay. I can't stay being in line. It just.
Well, look, I agree with you. And supermarkets are not cooperating. They're not putting enough workers in there. Even Wawa has, most of them, I think, now have self-checkout stuff going on. Then they have to put a guard person there to watch what you're checking out. So there's a job.
You know what? Yeah. That reminds me, because when you said that, because I was at this Wawa, I can't remember where exactly. I was out doing errands. And, they had the cups next to the soda machine. So now they have it in the front of the store. So you have to go all the way to the front of the store to get a cup and go back to fill it with soda or water or what have you. And I asked the young lady, why, and she apparently said that people have stolen them. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Okay, there you go. All right, 855-839-1210. So the AI stuff is still troubling. Where would you put yourself, though? And don't be ashamed if you say, no, I can't give it extremely. I would just give very proud to be an American. It's almost like you're asking me to breathe here. And again, in the worst of Biden, or you pick the president, I'm still going to say that. You just can't rely on what a president is doing. Now, if you don't like it, you don't like the policy, sure. You can say they're abysmal, look at the trouble, they're all true. All righty, it's 855-839-1210. AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All I need you to do is push pound 1210.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-979-3168. 800-979-3168. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-979-3168.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
At Verizon, lock in our best price ever on the best 5G in Philadelphia and be the best you. Check where your ride is for your trip into the office. Get that almost impossible dinner reservation and save big with Verizon while you do it all. Switch today and pay $45 a month for a single line. That's right, just $45 a month when you bring in your phone with unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Stop by your nearest Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person, with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com. Weather sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
A hot and humid air mass remains in place across the region today. It'll be partly sunny with some afternoon showers and storms. Some storms may be severe with a high near 90. For tonight, shower and storm chances continue. Some heavy rainfall, especially during the evening, with a low 72. And for Wednesday, early morning showers, then becoming partly sunny and not as hot with a high 85.
Stuck in traffic on the way to the shore? Imagine coming home to a brand new kitchen from Kitchen Magic. American-made, family-owned, and tariff-proof. Get 24 months, same as cash financing. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, we're in process. You got to go to youtube.com/1210WPHT. When Henry has this loaded, NBC 10 cameras captured today. You know, the city has this gigantic union, DC 33. They do everything from lab testing and 911 calls, but trash pickup. Okay, so they're not going to pick up the trash, et cetera. The mayor says there are going to be these collection points where you can leave your trash. And people do, and it wasn't open yet. I guess they did it overnight or morning. And they put it in front of the gate out there in Strawberry Mansion. And the sanitation manager has study people there, apparently. He opens up the gate, and he tells them to bring in the trash so they can process the trash. The union not only says, no, you're not, they relock the gates, and they put their own locks and chains on there. And we'll show it to you in a moment. And in a place like Philadelphia, you have to realize the police are not going to do anything about it. I mean, this is the type of stuff I resent with labor unions. We've come a long way with the Republican Party, with Trump and unions, et cetera. And we get it. We get some of the things that go on with this. But in taking a look at this, when you see it, it's kind of comical. But also, it's the type of thing that you go to yourself, well, what do you mean? You can't open the gates and process the trash after the mayor tells residents who don't want that trash at home, this could go on, it's hot for a while. They're saying, no, we're the union. You're not going to do it. And two rough-looking guys then put locks and chains on, and they're standing there defying this guy who's quite animated to do something about it. All right, as soon as we have that, youtube.com/1210 WPHT, we'll let you hear it and see it on YouTube. It's just a textbook of what goes on here. I told you yesterday, the reason why we talk about the WNBA on occasion is Caitlin Clark. So Caitlin Clark is credited, and I think rightfully so. She has a new shoe out. I think it's Nike. And it sold out almost instantly. It's an ugly-looking shoe. Most of these shoes are ugly-looking to me. She's also credited with getting all these cities to have WNBA franchises, like Philadelphia. And yet, in the recent player voting, she was 9th in player voting. And it's not a big league. You got to understand. At the guard position, 9th. There can't be that many guards out there. She was only 9th. Now, why is this? Well, I think there's a racial tinge to most of this stuff in the WNBA. This has gone on for quite a while here. You have someone who has put that league, such as it is, on the map. And it's even vaguely popular due to her. Vaguely. They still don't know what they're doing. It's still inferior in a lot of ways. Yet she's only voted 9th among guards. I don't know how many teams in the league. Maybe there's 18 guards, starting guards, 15, whatever it is. And she's only 9. It tells you what goes on here in big-time sports, the ESPNs of the world and others. It's a ludicrous situation. All right, so ready to go? So picture this scene. Hot, very hot, garbage, trash. People don't want it at home. It's their trash day. They do what the mayor says. Take it to the collection area, this case in Strawberry Mansion, out in West Philly. The union, should I say, thugs show up. When the guy opens the gate, he's African-American, he's the manager, to take in the trash and then process it, right? They tell him, no, you're not. And they put their own locks on. Here's Henry Sugg.
Yeah, so I've got two cuts of this here. Yeah. One is him walking out and being like, whoa, what are you guys doing here?
Right.
And then the second one is them putting their own locks on
Putting their own locks on. Where are the police? The police are going to let them do it. That's Philadelphia. That's what it's about.
All right, so
here's how it sounds at and youtube.com/1210 WPHT.
You're on strike. You're crossing the line.
All right, here's the second.
Yeah, when he said you're on strike and you're crossing the line.
Come on with that, man. You know the rules, bro. I got you. You know the rules, man. You're on strike. Come on, man.
Yeah, you're on strike, putting their own locks on the chain.
Yeah, putting their own locks and chains on. So the mayor, this is the game in Philadelphia. The mayor says, hey, this is part of how we're going to deal with this. We don't want this as disease-ridden. She's very big on, and rightfully so, inconsistent cleanliness and the whole thing, right? We're not going to have that. This is their tactic. Hot, trash, garbage, everything building up. Take it to the collection point. People do. And they're telling them, this is in Philadelphia. You know the rules. They set up some line to stop you from doing your job. And they say that's the rule. This city, it just is never going to change. And you can't rely on the police. I'm not saying the average. You know what this is like? It's like when Bernie Sanders was in town. You have radical groups, if they're big enough. The police say, hey, we're going to let them block you in traffic. Isn't this the essence of progressivism? I'd love to hear some union people tell me, well, come on, Tom, they set the line here. So what are you supposed to do with all that trash? Well, that's the idea. It's supposed to stink it up, rot, disease, filth, bugs, and then we're going to give you what you want. Isn't that what the idea is? Yeah. Well, that's what the unions say. That's our power, and we're not going to let you collect that trash. They're not collecting it. People are dropping it off, and they're putting their own locks on. Now, that's criminal behavior. That is criminal behavior. I can't put my lock on something that I don't like that's a public building or facility. Hey, I don't like this. You try doing this, something like this. You try putting a lock on a Planned Parenthood center. See what happens. You're going to go to jail 20 years. But in Philadelphia, if a union is involved, well, you can do what you want. Ah, nice job, Henry. Mike Testa, Senator Mike Testa will be here at 2 o'clock. He's taking a page from Trump. He's trying to rename the Bay of Delaware, the Bay of New Jersey, and he wants some more territory back, more beaches or something.
I can't wait to hear this. We don't have enough land disputes or area disputes in our politics.
Is Jersey going to go to war with Delaware? I'm betting on Jersey on that. They're more corrupt.
100%.
Yeah. The only thing is they'll kill each other of the spoils after they sack Wilmington. All right, Mike Testa, is Jersey going to sack Wilmington? Is that what's going to happen? The Visigoths. And what's Delaware going to do? They don't have too much else going for them. The Bay of Delaware is much bigger than the whole state, right?
I think so, yeah.
It's like 10 times the size of the state. They don't have a right. Well, Jersey's small too, but they're pushy. All right, he'll be with us. I'll ask him what's going on with their budget. There's a lot of stuff in there. The millions for pickleball, et cetera. All right, big show. Jump in. And if you're a union member, can you make the case? Do you have a right to lock? Because you say, hey, you know, bro, that you hear the guy, you crossed the line here. Well, what line? People are dropping off filthy trash, just like the mayor told them to do. Drop it off, mayor. Well, we don't really mean that. We want you to go through that, but the unions got to make us miserable. So you really can't process that trash. Isn't that the idea here? Isn't this the kabuki dance? 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
We've raised over $3,500 just this morning. Another $500 donation from Lynn.
Lynn!
Let me see. There's a couple of other big ones. We had Mike donated another $100.
Thank you, Mike. Major announcement. Thank you to this audience. We have just reached 10,000.
Oh, wow.
Thank you very much.
Come on.
I mean, this audience is the absolute best. Keep the donations coming.
We need some video highlights to make the cut sheet of Stalker on the Bike.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Your financial advisor is winning a waiting game. You're waiting to recover market losses, waiting to overcome fees that you're still paying even when the market drops. And all that means is you'll have to wait even longer just to earn new money. But no matter how long you wait, you'll never get back the time you've lost. Time you could have been growing your retirement with the exclusive crash-proof retirement system. Just like John Peligno from Williamstown, New Jersey.
With crash-proof retirement, I have no need for Wall Street at all. I've been through their games in the past. I've heard their lies. I've heard stay the course. The crash-proof system just guarantees I'm not going to lose my principal. I'm not worried about having to make up for that lost time, lost dollars. I'm not paying any fees every year. I am gaining.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
A full bathroom remodel isn't always needed. Hi, I'm Stephanie from Emmons. Sometimes small upgrades can make a big difference. Whether it's a new vanity, maybe modern fixtures, or a new layout, Emmons delivers stunning transformations all within your budget. Call us today at 856-556-3229. Visit our Cherry Hill showroom or check us out online at callemmons.com and let Emmons make your bathroom beautiful again. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in Caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. So many people waiting. Coming to your calls right now. Great side question today in honor of Kirk, who is sitting in for Henry, who's sitting in for Dan and all that. Let's go to Steve in Bordentown on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Steve, what do you have today?
How you doing today, Dom?
Good, Steve.
Good. What I thought about, it was my first year in high school, and the movie Superfly came out.
Yep.
Curtis Mayfield.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, whatever happened to Curtis Mayfield? He was one of the biggest artists out there for quite a while.
He was. Exactly what happened to him, I don't know. But I just remember going to high school, first year in high school, everybody walking around with like afros and platform shoes. And I'm still friends with those people today.
Yeah.
I'm still friends with them. You know, and I was a freshman going into a high school, you know, being intimidated by these much big older guys and everything too, you know, and they were the nicest people in the world.
Gotcha. Thank you, Steve. Curtis Mayfield's a good one. Don is a steel worker in Delran. Hey, Don, welcome in.
Hey, how you doing, Don?
Good.
I just want to talk about the city strike and the trash situation.
Yes.
That was, I think it was back in the early 80s when they went on strike.
86.
Trash was
86.
Yeah, 86. Yeah. And trash was piling up all over the place. And my buddy had a 1959 Volkswagen van. And we used to go around and pick up the people's trash for 25 cents a bag, haul it away, and then take it to the dump where all the trash was in the front. We made a ton of money that year. It was insane.
Well, I hear you, but Don, even as a steelworker, if you're in the union, et cetera, what do you make of guys when the mayor says take it to the collection site so it doesn't pile up? These two guys show up and start putting their own locks on the gates.
Well, back in '86, they had the locks on the gate too, because it was a trash place on G Street in
right.
I guess it was on the border of Feltonville and Juniata Park. And they had a lot. You just dumped it out front. I mean, there was piles and piles of trash just dumped out front because the gates were locked. So you couldn't get it in. So you had no other thing but to dump it out front. So, but we were little entrepreneurs back then, and we made some money.
Glad to hear that, Don. So Don sees it as an entrepreneur. I keep on driving. Come on, Don. He's an entrepreneur. I get it. That's good. I want to get that guy to Mulligan's. I think this guy, this supervisor here, Henry, is a guy that we should take down to Mulligan's because he's actually trying to do his job.
Yeah.
And he doesn't start swinging at them or whatever. He's just saying, what were you talking? They're going, bro, you know what the rules are. You're crossing the line here.
Yeah. No, he sounds like someone that could use a beer for sure.
Yeah. You know what? I can't do it today. I'm
drink.
filling in. But you know what? That'd be a good idea to go. Yeah, he would say a case of beer or something like that would come in handy. And this guy, if he does anything more, they were ready to attack him. Where are the cops? It's city property.
Yeah, because this guy's got to listen to his boss and close it down, board it up, and then you got to listen to your neighbors or whatever and be like, dude, we need to throw out our trash here. And
I think this guy's saying, I'm doing my job.
I'm doing my job. What am I going to do?
But did you hear the phrase there? It's a term of art. He said, I have work-study members. What are these guys studying? Trash?
Yeah.
Doesn't he say that in there? And the NBC 10 says he said work-study members are going to now take the trash in to deal with it.
Work-study members.
So did they let him do it? And again, if you're a cop, what are you told to do? I think you're told to let him lock the gates.
Work-study sounds like an intern position.
It is intern. That's the PC word for it.
If there's a phone number there and you have Kirk call him because you're on the board, I'd love to get somebody on from there. I'd love to hear that guy. He's a hero for actually trying to do it. It's the Strawberry Mansion. Take a look at the NBC 10 thing that Henry has, and it's the Strawberry Mansion collection site. It's on Greenwood Avenue or something. All right, Mike Testa's next. I love what Senator Testa's up to. He wants to rightfully call the Bay of Delaware the Bay of New Jersey. And I think he wants some land back from Delaware. Yeah, Delaware's hoarding land. They have too much. That's straight ahead here with Dom on Talk Radio 1210.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch, no overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text card to 323232. That's card to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on costs, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Transform your home this summer at Bucks County Estate Traders 4th of July sale. Now through July 7th, take 20 to 50% off select items store-wide. No matter your style, you'll find high-quality furniture that makes a statement. Browse over 16,000 unique pieces from vintage classics to modern showstoppers. Use code USA25 at BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or visit their Hatfield showroom, now open extended hours and Sundays. Act fast. These deals won't last.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/hereforgood.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, we will have Dom's Money Melody coming up. Bill Devlin suggests, Pastor Devlin, come on now, take that trash to the union headquarters. Let it pile up there. I think that might be met with some resistance. All right, but Senator Mike Testa is with us. On to a big idea. We changed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America pretty much officially. Should we change the Bay of Delaware to the Bay of New Jersey? Senator Mike Testa back with us on Talk Radio 1210. Senator, thanks for this brilliant idea. Tell us why this came up.
You know, I've been thinking about our Bayshore community that extends from Cape May County into my home county of Cumberland County up into Salem County, and I realized we have 52 miles of shoreline in our Bayshore community that borders the Delaware Bay. And I took a look at the state of Delaware. They only have 28 miles of shoreline on the Delaware Bay. And it just seems unfair that Delaware gets to claim the Delaware Bay when, in fact, New Jersey has so much more of a shoreline. I also wanted to highlight our Bayshore communities, especially our shell fisheries, the people who harvest those wonderful oysters that end up on so many of our plates throughout the year. I also wanted to highlight Rutgers University Haskins Lab, which is in Cumberland County, with a genius of Dr. Guo, who did the oyster genome project there. It's absolutely brilliant. It's why we have what is called the triploid oyster that is often referred to as the Cape May salt or the sweet Amalia, amongst other names that are on so many plates at some of the finest restaurants in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York, and throughout the United States. That's done right in New Jersey in Cumberland County at the Haskins Lab. And I'm so proud of the work that they do at the Haskins Lab. I want to highlight our Bayshore community. It's long forgotten so many times under the Gold Dome in Trenton. And that was really the goal of why I want to name the Delaware Bay and rename it the Bay of New Jersey.
You are an extremely buttoned-up guy. I admire that, the detail and how you stretch that out. I didn't even think about those parts. I'm not an oyster guy. Is Mike Testa an oyster guy? What am I missing?
You are missing such a nutritious treat that comes from whether it's naturally harvested, what's also known as the Delaware Bay oyster. We might have to change that to the Bay of New Jersey oyster, or to our aquaculture oysters like the Cape May salt, like the sweet Amalia. Those are two of my favorites. There's a wonderful place that's named Sweet Amalia that's in Newfield, New Jersey, which is actually in Gloucester County outside of my district. But the oysters are harvested in Cape May County It's known as the Sweet Amalia. The restaurant that they have in Newfield is rated one of the top 30 restaurants in the United States last year, and it's basically a local farm stand. It's absolutely incredible. I encourage so many people to stop by there. I usually try to eat there once a week. But oysters are delicious. They're nutritious. They're loaded with zinc. They're good for you, and more people need to know about them.
This is a great type of thing, and you make a lot of sense. Now, there's also a bit of a land dispute was your other bill, right?
There is, and I have to tell you, I have to give credit where credit's due. If you know Ron Filan, who works for Congressman Van Drew, Ron Filan may be a man of small stature, but he has really big ideas. And he said to me one day, probably about 5 years ago, when are we going to take this land back from the state of Delaware that's in Salem County? There's 2 plots of land there. I said, that's a really good point. I never understood that. It's near Fort Mott in Salem County. And I said, let me research this. And finally, when I had some extra time, OLS researched it. The Senate Republican office researched it along with me. And this goes back to King George as to why Delaware owns plots of land in the state of New Jersey. And, I'm a proud American. I thought we gave up on kings in 1776 in the United States of America. So I said, you know what? Why don't we take that land back while we're at it?
Oh, good for you. I mean, this is good stuff. Of course, President Trump has successfully done it pretty much with the Gulf of America. Makes a lot of sense. While you're here, Senator, the budget, some of the things we've seen play out once again here are shocking. And Jack Ciattarelli is going to be on tomorrow. I really trust you on this. In case I miss it, and he's a gentleman, he may not bring it up himself. What's the highlight so far of Ciattarelli and Mikey Sherrill? To me, the mayor in New York has opened up the mindset here of what a political neophyte, I guess, Sherrill is, or she's in sync with him when she said, well, I support the goals of the Democrat nominee, who I think is more of a communist than a socialist.
Absolutely. I mean, that individual is leftist, crazy communist. I mean, probably further left than Saul Alinsky. And I think the highlight of what's happened so far is her non-answer, her inability to answer a simple question when she was interviewed by the NJBIA as to one piece of legislation that she would introduce if she were the governor. She couldn't answer that question. It was Kamala Harris-esque, the way she answered that question. It was a total word salad, utter failure. And I was told by someone that is somewhat familiar with her politics that she would fail the first rule in politics. You're always supposed to be able to answer, why are you running for this office? And while it wasn't that exact question that was asked of her, she failed a very simple question. What would be one piece of legislation you would introduce if you were the governor of the state of New Jersey? And it was stuttering, stammering, and then word salad. So to me, so far, that's the highlight. If I were Jack Ciattarelli, that'd be the commercial of my campaign, that when she's asked a very simple question, this is the answer that you get, so that you know that she's going to be a totally cultivated candidate, that everything is going to run through some committee now, and she's going to be utterly prepped. Nothing will be organic and from the heart when you ask her a question in the future.
That's a great point. And she has served in Congress. She's a legislator. So you would think, you probably remember, Mike, but for listeners, when Ted Kennedy was asked that by Roger Mudd way back when, it was shocking that he couldn't answer, why are you running for president? It was even broader. Why are you running for president specifically? This is layup territory.
It certainly should be layup, or what we call softball territory, that, this is just a simple layup. And she couldn't answer the question, whether it's on school funding, whether it's on our tax structure, whether she would say, hey, look, you know what? I want to fund the police departments in the state of New Jersey. There's been this radical idea out there by leftists that I don't agree with. They want to defund the police. We have to make sure that they are well funded and they have the ability to protect and serve the 9.5 million residents of the state of New Jersey. There's a lot of things that she could have said. How about saying this? I want to revoke some of the policies of the Murphy administration that I know that didn't work. such as the Immigrant Trust Directive. That's something that I think should be on the tip of everyone's tongue that is running, because hardworking New Jerseyans, especially with our energy costs that are going to be skyrocketing very soon right here in the Garden State, and then they find out that the children of illegal aliens get free medical care, and that there's the Office of New Americans, and that their tax dollars are paying for the legal defense fund of illegal immigrants who are being deported. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Now, the bill to change the name, is it in process right now? What happens next, Senator?
What happens next is I'm hoping to look for some bipartisan support, from some South Jersey legislators that actually understand what it is that I'm trying to do. The Bayshore community is an economically depressed area, but it provides such rich sustenance to so many of us, whether it's oysters, crabs, the traditions that we have in our Bayshore community, and the people that live there that are hardworking people. Their lifestyle needs to be highlighted. Look, New Jersey's tall ship, the A.J. Mearwald, is docked there. It's wonderful to see what we have to offer, and most people under the Gold Dome have no idea that it's there.
This is a great opportunity to do it, and let's face it, it's a lot of fun seeing this and all that. It puts it in the minds of people, then the serious stuff comes with it. Great idea, Mike Testa. Thank you. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having me. I can't wait to be on in the future.
You will be. Thank you. Henry, invite him to Mulligan's right now. No, it's highlighting. I will eat an oyster at Mulligan's, too.
Wow.
I'm not an oyster guy. Some of it's a fear. A lot can go wrong with oysters.
Fear?
Yeah.
What fear?
I mean, you can.
Is he gonna bite you?
You get a bad. You get
still alive.
You get a bad oyster, and that seems like trouble to me. I don't even know if I've ever had an oyster. Oyster crackers in your soup, yeah, but the oyster
crackers.
You're an oyster guy?
I'm not like clamoring for them, but if like someone orders them for the table, it's I'll have.
Okay.
I'm not.
You're not.
No.
Why is that?
It's just
like the brine.
Yeah,
exactly right. That and so many other things. It's slimy and.
It's slimy. I don't get the slimy. On my seafood, I stick with the crab cake.
Goes right down. It's like a shot.
All right. Well, that's true. Yes. Yeah. All right. 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side question. And you heard Mike Testa. A lot behind that. The Bayshore community. Yeah. The next Mulligan's in August. Uptel Dam will put them on the roster there to highlight that area. What's Delaware going to do about it? What's Delaware going to do if they just start taking it? Who's the arbiter of what we're going to call this? Just call it the Bay of New. I don't know. They call it Delaware Bay. I should have asked, why do you not want to call it New Jersey Bay? Why is it the Bay of New Jersey? A little bit of clarity.
Bay of New Jersey just sounds better. I don't know.
Oh, you think it sounds better?
Yeah, I think New Jersey's that two-worded, name.
Right.
I don't know.
Okay.
Bay of New Jersey sounds better. Where Delaware
Bigger.
Bay is, that's what I'd make it.
Yeah, Delaware Bay. Bay of New Jersey. Yes.
It's got more regal to it, too.
Yeah, I think Trump ought to spend the next 2.5 years changing names of stuff. It's fun. It gets a lot of debate about why the name was originally that, and how does it go, et cetera.
You got one in mind?
I'm trying to think of the one that. Why do you have one in mind?
No, I don't. I just want to know if you had one off the top of your head.
No, I told you in Philadelphia. I don't call it Kelly Drive and all. No.
Oh yeah.
There's a long dispute about the reason why. And Palumbo did a lot. Irv Homer got it renamed the West River Drive, Palumbo Drive, and then they wouldn't do it. So I would change that. All right, I need to hear from union people though. And this guy, the sanitation guy, we love this guy. He's just saying, I'm just bringing the trash in. I have work-study trash people here, and we're going to process the trash.
And just to give you an update,
yes,
I called them. I called the the sanitation convenience. So that's a mouthful.
Yeah, the convenience center. That's inconvenient, completely inconvenient. Yes.
I called several times. The lines just ring in. And I call a third time. The line's busy.
Ah, okay. Maybe they're getting tired of the calls. They know we're talking. Come on, buddy. Come on.
Yeah, I can see that. They just took it off the holder and just put it out there.
Somebody going by there. It's near the highways and all. Tell me if trash is piling up there or where it's piling up in Philadelphia.
Something tells me that if someone does answer and I tell them my name is Kirk and with PhD, I guarantee you, or any media, they're going to say no comment. I can
use my name. That always helps. So that guy, that's the thing that you should get. Yes. All right, so it's 855-839-1210. Where should you take your trash then? Apparently, the mayor says to the collection centers. The union says, no, you're not. It's just going to let it pile up there. There'll be rats. It'll be even worse. This is the whole tactic. What do the police say? The police say, hey, they're unions. They can do what they want. Seemingly, that's what it comes. And I'm not blaming the average cop. They're on orders. Hey, it's union stuff. This is always misery they try to inflict with this around this time of the year, July 4th, etc. That's the whole game. Now, are they underpaid versus stuff and all that? All right, there's reasonable debate here. But their tactic is to do stuff that other people can't. When you show up putting your own locks on the gate, these guys just walking around putting locks on with union shirts, you know that you're just defiant. And that's what happens in all these disputes. I mean, we're in a town. Henry, does the name, Kirk, I'm not sure if you're from here full time, but does the name Alamos mean anything to you?
The actor?
No, he was a local developer. You can Google it. You'll see what I'm talking about. And they found out over the years even more who was developing the Valley Forge Convention Center. And it's guesstimated that thousands of union members, according to news accounts, stormed it. And a grenade was thrown, or at least found later on. And then when he went to a bank in downtown Philadelphia, I believe on Chestnut, I want to say 19th, 20th and Chestnut, broad daylight, he was just beaten there in the street.
Jeez.
Yeah. Now, that's a while ago. Have things changed? Well, this isn't quite that. But when you bring your own locks, you're saying, hey, these are the rules. We make them up. I just hope this guy doesn't get in trouble. I think he deserves a promotion. And you're dealing with something here, trash that people don't want, that you're trying to process. Sherelle Parker is on the clock here because the biggest thing she's done so far is clean up the city. Whenever we used to have her on, it's a sore point with Dan and me that we can't get her on anymore. Come on, Sherelle. We helped in this, and she was the best choice. She is a fanatic about cleanliness. And I can say in the neighborhoods, you can see they are cleaning. Why is Philadelphia still dirty? Because of the people that do it. So you would think when it comes to trash, she's going to take action. But remember, these are the unions. All right, we'll get to your calls coming up, and we'll see if the convenience center becomes more convenient. But right now, it's time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
And today we are playing for a pair of lawn tickets to see Rod Stewart One Last Time Tour, July 12th. I think that's a Saturday at the Mann Center in Philadelphia. Tickets are available at Ticketmaster.com.
Yeah, Dom. Today, in honor of our fellow producer Kirk here, we are asking for those all-time Kirks or Kurts even, as you are often mistaken for Don, D-O-N.
We had a Don call today, too, yes.
Yeah, Kirk is often confused for Kurt, so we're asking for those Kirks and Kurts. One of the all-time Kurts, excuse me, geez, I'm already messing myself up. Kurt Cobain of the band Nirvana, obviously the front man, now deceased. Very famous, though. And obviously the band, very famous. I'm going to play a cover of Nirvana. I want to know the cover artist here. Some notes about this cover artist is that they've been married 7 different times.
Wow.
And they had a spot on the show The Wire, I believe, for about a season or 2. So, yeah, I want to know this person. That might have given it away to some people. I want to know this person covering Nirvana.
Now, when you say they had a spot on the wire,
Yes.
Henry, what was that?
They were in the show for a season or two. I don't want to say who they were palling around with because I think just knowing, if you know there was a musical artist in The Wire, you think you know who this might be.
Okay.
But, yeah, he was in The Wire for a season or two at the end.
All right, tickets to see the great Rod Stewart, in my estimation, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210.
Every month, we shine a spotlight on one outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's Veteran Spotlight. Hey, it's Nick Kale here, and on Wednesday, July 9th, we will be honoring U.S. Army veteran Chris Hoover for his service and commitment to the veteran community. The Veteran Spotlight is presented by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. Be here Wednesday morning, July 9th on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-595-2212. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-595-2212. That's 800-595-2212.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The Angels are flying in for some summer weekend fun to match up against the Phils on Friday, July 18th at 6:45, Saturday, July 19th at 6:05, and Sunday, July 20th at 1:35. Get tickets at Phillies.com. It'll be a Reds, white, and blue holiday weekend at CBP when the Reds come to town on Friday, July 4th at 1:05, Saturday, July 5th at 4:05, and Sunday, July 6th at 1:35. Get tickets now at Phillies.com.
Hey, it's Rhea. Drive in style this summer with a new Lexus from Lexus of Cherry Hill during the Golden Opportunity Sales Event. With over 300 new and L-certified pre-owned Lexus vehicles, you'll find the perfect ride for your summer adventures. Veteran-owned, family-operated, an elite of Lexus dealer, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Talk to Tony Labello and his team. They'll get you into the Lexus of your dreams with some of the best deals of the year.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Just like a strong bullpen closes out the game and keeps the win secure, Plumbers protect the health of the nation. And here in Philadelphia, Plumbers Union Local 690 is always ready to deliver in the clutch. Whether it's hospitals, commercial, industrial, or residential projects, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can trust your job will be done on time, on budget, and built to last. When your business needs to build new or expand, step up to the plate with Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumber's690.org.
Miss any of the Dom Giordano program? Download and follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That's exactly right. All right, Henry's concocted this. It smacks of a Dan escapade. Somebody in the wire covering this song. What's the other clue, Henry?
He's been married 7 times.
That's it. Lucky 7.
He's a rock star. I mean, it's no surprise, right?
Yeah, Elizabeth Taylor, I think, was 8. I don't know too many beyond
8.
that. But let's hear the clue. All right, hit us with that, and you're going off to see Rod Stewart. Let's go to Jerry in Wilmington, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Jerry, afternoon. Who is that covering the song?
Afternoon, Tom. I got a side, too, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Steve Early.
All right, that is magical. And his group is what, Henry?
He's Steve Earle. He's his own.
Oh,
he's his own
I
guy,
thought there was a band name. Okay. Jerry, side, what do you have?
Yeah, Dom, you're at the ball game last night, you said, right?
Yes.
Well, you wouldn't see Schwarber, Harper, or Trey Turner if it wasn't for free agency. You remember Kurt Flood at the Cardinals who sued for free agency and he won, and that's when it all started. He's like the Martin Luther King of baseball. So
all
he's
right. We have a little thing here. Is Kurt Flood already taken? Somebody said?
Yes.
Or?
Yes, it's already taken.
Oh, okay.
Already taken.
Somebody said that one already? Yeah, Joe Borden. Somebody? Okay. Put Jerry on hold, though. Let's get Jerry his tickets for Rod Stewart. All right, that is the side question today. Curtis, Kirk, who is sitting in the next few days.
Yep.
855-839-1210. You do get a line. I love that stuff with Mike Testa, particularly the whole oyster thing and the Bayshore community and all that associated with it. We're also looking at this DC 33 strike. They control a lot of what the city does and vital stuff, trash, 911 calls. You have a slowdown there. You have difficulty there. And you have a mayor noted for cleanliness. Don't you think you'd say, hey, the union's going to have to let people drop their trash off there, and then the people with the trash process that and get rid of it? Nope. I don't see any of that out there. They're allowed to make it miserable. And when you're dealing with trash, garbage, whatever, particularly in July and around July 4th, this is where the strength comes in. By the way, I've mentioned this over the years, and I used to see in the beginning of talk radio, a lot of guys show up with the bolo tie. I've never been a fan of the bolo tie. I always think, look, it's kind of ridiculous. Tom Tillis, people started to say he's a short-termer, the guy that quit from North Carolina, when he started to wear bolo ties, because he's not from the Southwest. He's from Southeast, North Carolina, and the like, and it was this quirky type of thing. Wonder how many bolo tie wearers we have out there. I have never worn a bolo tie, and I don't see it stamps you as a bit unusual. Is it a trademark? Well, Tillis is no more. I'm not sure if it's going to be Laura Trump. I think Trump will call it. Could be Michael Whatley, who is eminently qualified. Could Laura Trump win in North Carolina? I think so, but I don't know the politics there, and we need that seat. That seat is vital to continue, and Trump's going to look at it long and hard before we see much of anything else. 855-839-1210. Let's go to Joe in Exton. And, Joe, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Whoops, my fault, Joe. I don't know how I did. Let's go to Joe. Hey, Joe, afternoon.
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon. In northern Delaware, there is a major road that goes by the name of Kirkwood Highway.
Yes. All right, Joe, throwing Kirkwood Highway in. That's outside of the box. I've heard of that. It is a major road. So anything with Kirk, Curtis, or Kurt, that's good. We can get that. Phil in Delaware reacting to Mike Testa. That was a lot of research. You got the oysters in there in the Bayshore community he kept on talking about. Phil in Delaware. Hi, Phil.
Hey, good afternoon. It seems like he's more focused on being a restaurateur than looking up his facts about where Delaware ends and Jersey starts. If you go across the Delaware Memorial Bridge, it's clearly marked that it's practically at their shore and where Delaware possesses it. I was a crew member on the Count Marnickle, which is a ship built and housed in Delaware. We sail up it almost every day during season. So
wait a minute. You're reacting to him what? Changing your name to the Bay of New Jersey?
Yeah, I don't think it should be. There's no New Jersey part really in it. Maybe 5 feet. And where Fort Mott is, if you look on the map, because I was on that ship for the Bay Authority from Delaware City, Jersey begins practically out of the water. So they have zero claim.
All right, we'll continue to monitor this. Coming up, we had some people call in. Thanks, Eileen. And Kirk, she told you what there's in Northeast Philadelphia, there's a place you take your trash. There's a bin there to drop it in outside the collection area, right?
He's screening a call.
Oh, he's screening a call. Yeah, I think that's what I saw up here. So, if you want to get rid of your trash, there are collection places. You can drop it there. I'm just reacting to the fact that the union is getting away with you drop it there, but it piles up there. You bring your own locks that you're putting on. You know you're on camera. You're in front of people. The guy's saying, yo, come on. We just want to get rid of this trash. Nope. You've crossed the line, bro, was the line. And we're putting locks on your gate. Also, the 911 operators, I'll come to your call here. I realize they're essential employees. What we're told, though, is, are there enough? Is there difficulty? Will there be a slowdown already? I don't think 911 has necessarily been effective. And 311 is a joke. But 855-839-1210. This is the pressure point, the heat, 4th of July, and putting locks on where you're told to bring your trash. The Diddy trial is in the second day of jury deliberation. So I can't tell. Do they think he's guilty, but there's so many charges? Are they balking on those? Or do they really think this guy isn't guilty? That this is what? Framing this guy in some way, shape, or form? All right, 855-839-1210, jump in.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Looking for the confidence to walk away from the 9 to 5? Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturday evenings at 5 and Sunday mornings at 9, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
A hot and humid air mass remains in place across the region today. It'll be partly sunny with some afternoon showers and storms. Some storms may be severe with a high near 90. For tonight, shower and storm chances continue. Some heavy rainfall, especially during the evening, with a low 72. And for Wednesday, early morning showers, then becoming partly sunny and not as hot with a high 85.
Weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, what a show today. Oysters changing names. The big, beautiful bill passes. Trump threatening now to cut all funding to Harvard. I hope it happens rather than just the continual threat. But one thing, Henry took a lot of time to find this. I wanted to make sure I gave you. Remember, we talked about the parents' rights case in Maryland, Supreme Court last week, the prince marrying the knight. Remember all that? And we were told the school board there said, you can't get your kid out of that. It's part of literature. The community is better off. You don't decide for your kid. And the Supreme Court said you did. Well, Randi Weingarten, the AFT, the secondary union, even though she's much smarter, much better, she yesterday said, yeah, this should have been settled locally. Parents have rights too. Randi Weingarten. But no, the head of the NEA, National Education Association, remember this woman, this will be cut 8, Becky Pringle. They had their big convention here, the biggest teachers union, and she went off. Becky Pringle said, oh, no, you don't. We're the experts. We decide whether or not those kids have to be there for this. Now, think about this. Weingarten, sensible on this, a lot smarter. Here's Becky Pringle when she was here in Philadelphia.
Who we are. We are the ones who helped to
YouTube
shape
alert.
The heart of this nation's hopes and dreams. We are the ones who hold steadfast to the belief of the plausibility of the possible. We are the heirs of all who did this work before us. We must keep going. NEA delegates, we can do this work. We must do this work. We get to do this work. We will do this work because our students are depending on us to win all the things. NEA, we have to win all the things. All the things. All the things. Our colleagues are depending on us to win all the things. Keep going, NEA. To preserve our democracy, we must win all the things. Delegates, we won't go back. We will keep going forward because we are the NEA. We are the NEA. We are the NEA. And that's what we do. Thank you, NEA. Thank you. I love you.
Dwight Schrute, remember the salesman of northeastern Pennsylvania? You must unite. When Jim gave him the Mussolini speech, all the things. So here publicly, Randy Weingarten, who's a lot sharper, a lot more inside on this, smaller union by a lot, I think, says, no, come on. These parents had a right here in this. You got to let them opt out. Not Becky Pringle. We're the experts. We'll tell you. This maniac. Is it any wonder why the teachers' unions are so despised? You know, and we hear over the years, teachers call me and they say, well, I'm not a member of that and this, that, and the other. Okay. Why are they out of control, though? We had on today, who do we have it? We had the guy that got the Cursive bill passed today, the representative. He says he thinks, and he tries to make people aware, that people are unaware fully of what the teachers' unions are up to. I just think they're afraid. They want to teach. They don't want to be involved in this. And the people that are activists, I've seen it myself, they think they're Jimmy Hoffa. This woman is an indictment, a walking indictment of every teacher that's in the NEA. They just had a guy that got $40 million from the NJEA, came in 5th in the governor's race in Jersey. Let's go to Lori and Ringo's, which is near the Capitol. I broadcast, Henry, from the Shad Fest. Imagine a Shad Fest broadcast.
Shad Fest.
I didn't even have music. Jim McGreevy came by at that point. That's before he announced what he announced. And, you know, we didn't think anything of it. I think he sat down and he's walking along the shores of whatever, the Shad, big Shad Fest. Lori, remember the Shad Fest?
I do. I think Becky Pringle's been eating too much shad. She needs therapy. That union has ruined my kids' high school. Between that and the administration, they have ruined it, which is so sad.
I hear you, Lori.
So I think Delaware Bay should be renamed Sleepy Joe Bay. Okay,
yes.
It is the drain of New Jersey and Philadelphia and eastern Pennsylvania, and Joe Biden should have a drain named after him.
Well put. You know, that might be a side question someday. What should be named after Sleepy Joe? Yeah, that's still in operation.
Perfect.
Yeah, perfect. Lori, how about a Kirk or Kurt? Do you have one?
Yeah, I don't have any good Kurts. I'm really sorry.
That's okay, Lori. Always good to hear from you. Thank you very much. Let's go to Brian in Fairmount, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Brian, thanks for the wait.
How you doing, Tom?
Good.
There's a reason why police and firemen can't strike. 911 is connected to that fundamentally, and if the news is right that they're able to strike under District Council 33, just doesn't make sense. It seems like that city solicitor who approved that contract under that thing where they allowed them to strike should be fired, and at the very least, when they renegotiate it, that should be edited to where they are not ever allowed to strike. I think we're down more than 1,000 police officers up in Fairmount where I am. It's very hard to get a police officer to respond, and without 911, now you can't even get to the police officer. So I just don't get how that could even happen. Here's what I'm reacting to. A, they are a member. You know that. They're a member of the union, the 911 operators. And stories in the Inquirer and others say they wonder if there will be a slower response time on this. And I don't know why there would be, other than God knows they could not slow walk 911, right? That's what you're saying, and I agree. So is your understanding that they are not allowed to strike?
They're members of the right. I'm reading right from it that they represent the 911 operators.
So if the union goes out on strike, do they go out on strike?
You know what? I'll have to say that I'm going to have to get somebody to answer that definitively. But Brian, if they're a member of the D.C. local, they're union members, I'm not sure how that goes. And as I said, they said, well, they're afraid of slowness of response.
Yeah, well, I guess they'd be crossing the picket line if they did not go out on strike.
Right. Exactly. So
I think, Dom, I think at the very least, like Ronald Reagan with the air traffic controllers, these people are essential. And if they did strike, I believe that's a cause for termination.
I would
That's
agree.
just my
So
opinion.
to your point, and I'm going to follow up on it. If there's any slowdown or any sense of it, of that, then you're right. That's very similar to the air traffic controllers.
My last point, Dom, District Council 33 is currently advertising how great they are in commercials during the breaks, which I find really like funny that they would do this propaganda campaign right before the 4th of July saying how they're great to the citizens of Philadelphia. But here we have our biggest holiday, and they're doing this, holding us ransom. So I think it's completely ridiculous, the commercial they're running.
Well, I hear you. And look, Brian, they're showing up, and this guy, you have to see the tape of NBC 10 had it. The sanitation head there is great. He's just trying to bring the trash in. They're telling him, no, you're not going to do that. And they show up with their own locks and lock the facility. The mayor, her legacy is cleanliness, says nothing about it.
Yeah, it's a fiasco.
Thank you, Brian. We'll
All
check,
right,
we'll
thank you,
check
Dom.
on that. We'll check on that, and we'll be clear. Not that I know that they're striking, but I'm telling you that there's a fear of this, and they are beyond essential 911 operators. All right, phone lines. Netanyahu and Trump to meet at the White House on Monday, seeking ceasefire. All right, it's a lightning round. It's a good one. We got a lot of good ones left. Hit us with that all-time Curtis, or Kirk. And, boy, the Mike Testa thing with the oysters, we got to get him over to Mulligan's in August. I will sample a few oysters. Henry is dismissing this. I just hear bad oyster stories. It just...
I've never heard these stories. I guess that's why I'm so chipper.
Google that, and you'll say, I think there is like, that oyster doesn't look so.
I'm not the biggest fan of seafood generally, so I understand what you're saying.
I love seafood. Kirk, am I right? Is there an oyster thing? There might be a little.
Yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of things about oysters that the brine and the smell and I'm not a seafood. I'm not big on seafood.
Boy, and Mike Testa was going down Broadway on the oyster. That guy's I'll throw. You know what? We'll have an oyster eating contest. We'll be throwing back oysters there. Yeah.
Give me a little lemon, a little cocktail
Oh, yeah, I'm
sauce.
sure Johnny has the oysters ready to go. All right, 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Time for one last tangent of the day.
Yes.
Do I have time? Yeah. These places where you have to schedule appointments, whether it's a dentist, a doctor, a massage, a chiropractor, you name it. The incessant reminders have got to stop. If I'm not going to make it, I'll let you know. Just assume I'll be there. Press C to confirm.
Did you press the C?
I know, I was going to press FU. That's what I was going to do. And God forbid the dentist is not able to make his Porsche payment this month.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Emmons. A bathroom remodel shouldn't be a nightmare. At Emmons, we make the process fast, easy, and stress-free. Our team handles everything from design to installation, so you can enjoy your new space sooner, sometimes in as little as 24 hours. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or go to callemmons.com. Don't live through a nightmare remodel when Emmons can make your dreams come true. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, July 11th, and at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Hey pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
If you're a small business owner looking to improve or expand your business, you're probably faced with choices. Things like more inventory or paying bills or taxes, and tariffs that have you in a cash crunch. Choosing can be hard when you need them all for a clear path to success. At LendSeek, we don't think you should have to choose between the things you need to grow and improve your business. At lendseek.com, you'll find our exclusive AI-based lending marketplace, where you can access up to $1 million in business funding with minimal paperwork, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how the funds are put to work. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with annual revenue of at least $500,000, our online AI-enabled platform can connect your business to over 100 funders with funding in as fast as 24 hours. Whether you own a local retail shop, contracting company, online business, or professional services, we've got you covered. Apply today with no cost and no obligations at lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, I'm told, Dom Giordano's show, Brian and Fairmount and others, that the 911 operators walked out and the cops filling in on consoles. So the police would fill in on this situation. I don't think that should be allowed. I think that is pretty essential, but they are members of that union. So how long can you continue to do that? Does that drain police sources when you don't have the full complement of 911 operators? We have the DC 33 locking up the gates where the mayor tells people to drop their trash. We have to, Henry, let's talk after the show. We got to get in on this whole thing because even though it's Philadelphia, it's a broader issue. All right, lightning round. Hit us with that name. Joe in Bordentown. Joe, what's yours?
First, before it was Delaware Bay, I think it should be renamed the Latin term for New Jersey, which is Novus Zerium.
Oh, boy, this is like a Joe of Exon excursion here. All right.
Yeah, yes, it is.
Yeah,
and I have a linguistic answer to the side question.
Okay.
In Scotland, churches are referred to as kirks. So I'm going with Senator Frank Church of Idaho, who did a lot of investigations during the Vietnam War and with the CIA and the NSA.
Yeah, all right, trying to kill Castro with a cigar. That poison cigar, yeah.
Okay.
It was Frank Church who was on that. Never got Castro. I don't know how. All right, that's pretty good, outside the box. The Earl of Tacconey on Talk Radio 1210. Now, I'm told there's no trash over in Tacconey. Don't be worried. Hey, Earl, how's the trash situation in Tacconey?
Actually, I looked on, was it Mike Fusilli's Twitter, and there are actually 2 dump sites in Tacconey, Wissinoming.
Oh,
so,
well, they know that Tacconey is packed with trash. Yes.
So there is that. And today, I take Bernie Mac's place on Mr. 3000.
Mm-hmm.
It's
wait a minute. We took that call? All right, a 3,000 hit
called
guy.
3,000.
Yeah, but what is his OPS? What's his WAR? I saw a guy last night,
line.
Earl, at the game. I watched the WAR thing, wins over replacement. He was like a minus 27. I mean, how could that be possible? Who's replacing him, Babe Ruth?
Well, being this many calls, I have learned the system. The way it works is every time you call the studio, it registers with the phone. If it calls and it's a busy signal, it counts as a call.
Okay.
And if you're on hold, normally when you're on hold with someone, it rings a couple times and then it hangs up. The call system has a recycling system. If you call the station and you're on hold enough times, you start hearing some clicking, and it sounds like, oh, they're picking up the phone. No, it resets. Okay. So if you're on hold for a couple minutes, and they take your call, that actually may register as like 2, 3, or 4 calls, even though you only called one time. It's the way that the phone system goes and registers every single contact.
So
every time you contact.
Yes.
Every time you contact the system, that counts as a call.
It's the
So I haven't been on the air
steroid thing.
2,000
We're going
corking the bat.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to find out. It's like Sammy Sosa when the little balls came out of the bat. I don't know. So Earl, I wonder who's in second place. Anybody know? We'll find out. We'll track that. Earl, give me your side here. Who's your person?
My side is going to be Mr. Kurt Russell, which seems kind of appropriate because they're going to redo Escape from New York. It's not going to be a movie. It's actually going to be a reality.
Gotcha. Yeah, exactly. Drew in Upper Darby. Want to get as many as we can. Drew, who's yours?
Hey, Dom, thank you. In honor of the outstanding job that the United States Air Force did with their mission in Iran, this is outside the box. I'm just going to go with Kirtland Air Force Base in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Gotcha. Squeeze one more. I don't know if we've ever spoken with Hanson in Green Lane. Hanson, who's yours?
It's Hassan, Dom, and it's a jazz musician who's most known for playing 3 saxophones simultaneously, and if it wasn't for him, there'd be no Jethro Tull. His name is Rahsaan Roland Kirk.
All right, gotcha. Roland is a nice name. All right, Kirk, you took all these Kirks. What do you say today?
All right. Well, first, thank you for the honor for this high question.
Oh,
That's
you've
awesome.
done a great job,
That's
Peter.
awesome.
Just get that trash place on tomorrow, or I'm going over there. I'm telling you. Go ahead.
Fair enough. Okay. So I have a tie.
Okay.
I'm going with Earl because he's allegedly a 3000th caller.
Right.
I'm going to go with Earl. Allegedly, and I'm going to go with Joe from Bordentown, Senator Frank Church. I'm going to go with him.
All right. Outside the box, Henry, who's yours?
Joe in Bordentown with Senator Frank Church. I like that last one by Hanson of the Roland Kirk. Didn't even understand what he was doing, but that's okay. And then Robert in Ben Salem with Jamie Lee Curtis.
All right, let's go with the church thing. That was pretty clever today. We'll put that into the bin, and we'll do it tomorrow. Tomorrow we have Jack Cettarelli at 12:30, among other things. Going to be a big, beautiful day tomorrow. The vote in the House, we will take you inside that. All right, Richie Always Poised next for 4 big hours to take you home here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the expert